as if it's a solution for everything.
Match
Yes,
found.
intellectually it looks like socialism, communism seems to be the ultimate solution. Please try it to enforce it and see what a mess it becomes. Go and see in other parts of the world where it's become an absolute mess, all right? So this is not because I like something, you dislike something, it's not about that. Ultimately, when it comes to life, what really works for maximum number of people, that is the important thing, isn't it?
Regardless of the success rate of communism or socialism or the grocery line way of thinking, right, that I'm stuck in or have not thought my way out of, it is the way of things in this world right now, in many places, maybe not so much in other places. What is the reason for that? Is it the teaching of the parents? Is it the education system? Is it mostly religion? Who is the main perpetrator when it comes to set belief systems? And as opposed to giving us a starting point for creating new belief systems, how do you create a desire for the teachers of the next generation to think outside the box?
See,
Select your agent.
for a long time, in the name of religion, in the name of philosophy, in the name of ideologies of variety of kind, all sorts of things have been promised. And all the promises are elsewhere, not here. I'm saying, because you're all continuously talking about belief, if you believe there is a better place than where we are right now, up there, why are you not gone, I'm asking?
Their jet is
That makes
nothing
sense to me.
compared to ours.
If you genuinely believe
Crush that
there's up
garbage.
there a better place than this, you should be gone, isn't it? Hello?
Well, based on the religions that people utilize to believe in this better place, we don't get to choose the day. The day is chosen.
You can choose the day.
Hold on a second.
You can choose the day, it's very simple.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I think it just speaks into what we were talking about earlier, right? If we really knew that there was something outside after we died, there was a heaven that we really knew, if we actually knew, then yeah, I would want to go right now.
Yeah.
But because it's a belief, that becomes a difficulty.
I'd like to hear George speak.
That's wrong. So, like you said, life was given to us, so we're not allowed to take it. For example, I can't take my own life, and I can't take Mike's life. So, redeem the reward that the Lord has given to me at the end of my time, when He has chosen my time, not me, because I haven't gone through what
Fine.
He need me to go through.
Fine.
Go through. Sorry.
I agree with you. You or anybody has no right to take life, yours or somebody else. That is a given, all right? But I'm saying, why is it that the idea of a better place than this has come is because right now people are suffering within themselves, all right? Why are they suffering? I want you to understand this. Whether it's joy or suffering, essentially both of them
enemy
are happening
remaining.
from within you, is that so? If it's happening from within you, what happens from within you, at least what happens from within you, must happen your way, isn't it?
Very true.
If it happens your way, would you be blissful or miserable?
I wake up every single day blissful.
Blissful, I would presume.
Not presume, tell me. If you had a choice, would you make it pleasant or unpleasant for yourself?
Pleasant.
I'd probably go pleasant.
Yes. If you were feeling very pleasant, would you be always thinking of going to another place which is more pleasant?
No.
Right now, the entire this thing is set up on a better place somewhere else.
They're sinking so hot. I can smell their
So before, like, because a lot of people, if I say this, people are going to comment down below, okay, sure, you feel that your place is great. But coming from a 2005 George, where I'm working at a 9 to 5 every single day, and I do have a boss to answer to, and I do have bills to pay, and I do have responsibilities that I do not want to take part of, I still found those days just as joyful as
Time
the
for a
situation I
field
have now,
test.
because
Reloading.
I invited the Lord into my life. So you're saying, why don't you just go there now? I'm saying,
No, I'm not saying you should go there now.
No, but you're saying, no, I'm not saying you're saying, but I'm saying if that was the idea of like, if there's a better place in heaven, why don't they just go now? My combat was, why don't you just bring heaven here with you?
I think that's what he's saying.
You're actually, ironically, you're both on the same page.
That's what I'm saying. So
which is great.
But I am still looking forward to something greater, but I'm also bringing you here So I feel like religion can do that, and I feel like
See, I've never said a word, I don't know from where you're getting this, I have never said a word, this is it or
One
that is it.
enemy
All
remaining.
I'm saying is, instead of simply seeing what I do not know as I do not know, you're making up things in your mind. Now, is it true that major religions on the planet, unfortunately, are on a collision course all the time?
True.
True.
Why? Because I believe one thing, you believe another thing. After all, it's just belief, why don't we change it? The way it works. Because belief means you made it up.
I think just the respect of you have your beliefs, I have my beliefs, we could still be on the same
But
planet.
it's not worked, right?
I mean, we're
Millions
still
and
growing.
millions, hundreds of millions of people have died in the last 500 years
Yes,
because of my religion versus your religion. Is that a fact?
true.
Yes, and I want you to believe, I want you to know this, that all these people genuinely believed that they're doing the right thing when they killed other people. They believed 100%. Right now, that man who goes and explodes himself somewhere, he believes… See, anybody who stakes his life for something, you can't question his integrity,
One
isn't it?
enemy remaining.
I'm willing to throw my life for something,
I could question it. It depends what you're doing it for.
Flawless.
Yeah, I'm doing it for my God.
Who's different than your God? Do you see what he's saying?
Yeah, but true. But if your God interferes with my life,
So what you just described is why they're…
See,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I
Your
want
beliefs should
you
stay
to
on your side.
understand, every religion starts off with this. If you worship the false gods, you must… what terrible thing should happen to you? So, that has been the basis, unfortunately. What you think is right is this is absolutism, that you think this is absolute, everything else is not okay. I'm saying, the thing is, the most fundamental thing is, if you're truthful, if you're sincere about your life, what you know, what you do not know. If you really look at it, you hardly know anything about anything, that's a fact. And just when you're walking on the street, if you do not know how you walk on the street, if you think you know how you walk on the street, is there a difference? You're a bulldozer when you think you know what… everything. When you don't know, you are a humble, nice, wonderful guy, isn't it so?
Spikes down.
Depending on what
Last
arena
player
you work
standing.
in, being the humble, nice guy may not always be the winning tactic. How do you bring that humility into the sales world, into the stock world, or should those worlds cease to exist?
See,
Sadhguru.
you're talking to me like I'm living in some Himalayan cave and I've just come out. I want you to understand, I'm running an organization with over 11 million volunteers, with variety of activity across the world, all right? With various active projects which are every day have to be done, and businesses that have to be run, and the people on my hands all the time.
Need a drop.
So I'm not coming from a cave where I have no responsibilities, I have no nothing, I have nothing to manage, I'm sitting here and talking la-la land to you. Come on.
So I guess what you're saying is these exercises, these practices, this seeking is something that could be layered into the lives of just about anyone.
Please tell me this.
I'll do my best.
It doesn't matter what kind of job you're doing, even if you're a soldier fighting a war, would it help to be very balanced, sane, joyful, and then you will do, even if you have to kill, you'll only do it to the extent you have to, nothing more, nothing less. Right now, people are taking pleasure in doing what they're doing, isn't it? Something has to be done sometimes, unfortunately, if the situations force you to do it, but you will do it only to the extent it's necessary. But if you are not in that state, if there is a certain level of angst, there is a certain level of anger and hatred in you, you will do things beyond the limits of what should be done. This has happened all over the world, in the name of nationhood, in the name of religion, in the name of race, in the name of caste, creed, every kind of thing, in gender, every kind of thing. People have done horrendous things. Why? Because they believe this is it, that is it, absolutism. If you see I do not know, you will lost completely.
Absolutism is the devil. Can I say that accurately?
You're getting religious once again.
Absolutism, no good.
The worst.
I have a question. Never taken a sip of alcohol, right?
Huh?
You ever taken a sip of alcohol?
I don't need to because I'm always drunk.
Ever
Let's go.
Ever smoke weed?
I'm always told you've not seen my eyes yet.
So I know that. So straight edge. But I'm wondering, as a fellow person who's curious about life to the highest degree, or as you would say, seeking, how have you not had the desire to try?
See, you are living in Los Angeles, you think that is where life is.
No, sir, I don't. I'm from Ohio.
Okay. I heard a lot of overdoses last 2 months.
Reloading.
yeah.
So, see, you're living in a certain society, you think this is the only way to explore. I came up in a place where I made sure I'm not influenced by anything. Either whatever the religion around me, the family around me, the
Spike
community
down
around
A.
me, the politics around me, I made sure none of these things influence me. If nothing influences you, you see, I keep telling people, see, I'm absolutely uneducated. They think uneducation means not going to school or college. No, uneducated means you did not pick up any ways of anybody's. You're simply the way the life is. Because your life, everything else is assumed.
Last player standing.
If you have experienced the nature of life that you are and the source of life, which is also throbbing within you, why would you try picking up leaves and weeds?
Are you curious?
I know what you know through the weed, I know a million X over that within myself. So why will I be curious about something like that? Do you play with the teddy bear every day today?
No.
Yes, he does.
Why are you not…
Sadhguru.
Are you not curious how it feels, the child loves it so much?
I went through the phase. I experienced it and
That's
decided…
what when you were a child it happened, right?
Right.
So I'm saying I grew up when I was 4.5 years of age.
Yeah.
But even like the nature of psychedelics and the mind-opening experiences
There
that we
are…
have.
see, right now, these 11 million volunteers have gathered and nearly 1 billion people are in one way or the other touch with us. See, I'm not selling tickets to heaven. I'm not offering miracles, pulling out gold chains from the sky or something like that. No miracle, no tickets to heaven, no anything. Why do you think they're gathering? Because I'm giving them dope.
You're
No,
selling
listen,
drugs.
listen, no, don't
Real
stop
dope.
it there because it'll be dangerous. I'm giving them dope that no drug dealer can take. If they
Spike
close their
down
eyes,
mid.
they are gone.
I know you're big on semantics.
Huh?
So semantics?
It is not semantic.
Well, you're saying dope, and it's not actually dope. It's not weed. So what is it that you're selling? Like, what is your mission? What's your…
Well, there is a lot of scientific research which says there are millions of cannabis receptors in your brain.
Last player
You think they're
standing.
waiting for you to smoke weed?
Alarm bot.
I don't know.
Alarm bot
But they are
down.
there, that's a fact. So obviously, the system must have something to provide that possibility within the system. It is not that you have to go and pick something somewhere, it is here, because this is the greatest chemical factory. If you knew how to manage this, you wouldn't be in the back streets. You would make it happen here,
Getting high off life.
huh?
Getting high off life.
Look,
Does
I
the body…
understand. I'm just saying, like, I'm also a fellow curious person, and I had the thought process that I cannot die on this planet not knowing what a psychedelic does to my brain. I've refused. That's something I wanted to try before I died, and I did. And I'm just wondering, from a fellow person who is seeking, how that
See,
doesn't
Spike down
titillate you
B.
in some way.
see, the thing is this, right now,
Reloading.
we are all sitting in the same place, breathing the same air. Probably we eat similar food.
Spike down mid.
At this moment, what is happening within me, how I am, I will not exchange this for anything in the universe. You give me the world, I will not change it. That's how big it is. If that's happening within you, you won't go pick weed, that's all
Get
I'm
out of
saying.
my way.
Okay, so I'm lacking.
One enemy
So
remaining.
I'm curious because I'm lacking.
No, if weed or whatever else gave you a little experience, you must understand, weed cannot experience, it's you who experiences.
Can someone get
Weed might have stimulated some experience within you. Whether it is stimulated from outside or inside is the only question, right? If it is from outside, it always has a flip side of negativity to it. If it happens from within, when they… suppose there was… see, people are drinking alcohol. If there was no hangovers, if there was no liver burning up, whatever, they would be drunk all the time. If you could be too fully drunk and fully alert all the time, would you do it? Everybody, I would advise them, drink alcohol, okay? Right now, that's all I'm telling you. There is a way where you can be fully stoned and
down
fully
A.
conscious at the same time.
I believe you. You're also much wiser.
You don't have to believe me,
Here.
you just have to check out my life, how I live.
But I'm saying surely you are in your early 20s, and I know like you grew up in the 60s. So before you had the spiritual enlightenment, there wasn't a part of you that…
He said he aged at 4.
4.
So,
4 years
you,
old.
so you're saying that us intoxicated, we're at a level here, but you sober here, and you're teaching people that, and from your past conversation, you're saying that if you wanted to try it once to tell your body you could be here, that's fine. But if you're going to consistently take it here, that's wrong. You shouldn't be using a substance to get you to happiness.
See, the choice is this. Suppose, let us say, the compound wall of this house is 25 feet tall. You've not seen anything outside of this, you always lived here, it was quite okay. But one day you went on a trampoline and jumped up and you saw there's a whole wide world out there. But for a moment and you came down. You again want to leap? This is addiction. You want to leap, leap, leap and have a little glimpse, little glimpse. So, what we do is, we don't put you on a trampoline because we know you will fall down. We teach you how to build a ladder. Nothing romantic about it, nothing exciting about it, building a ladder. You build a ladder, climb across the wall, the job is done.
Why do you…
What if I told you that acid made there be no wall? What if I told you that acid knocked that wall down into a pile of rubble that you never had to climb a ladder over ever again?
That's not true.
My question is why build the ladder if you never experienced the trampoline?
ahead.
See, the thing is, that's what I said. It is not because somebody tasted a drug or somebody has got some teaching, somebody believes in a scripture or in a religion that they're looking. It is intrinsic to human intelligence to be wanting to be something more. That something more, if it finds very physical expression, we call it sexuality. If it finds emotional expression, we call it love. If it finds, mental expression, we call it conquest or shopping or whatever. If it finds conscious expression, we call it yoga. This is not decided by you, this is the nature of life, it wants to be something more. How you choose to see… if you know only money, you're thinking more money. If you know only these kind of experiences, you're thinking of more experiences. If you know love, you're thinking of more love. If you know knowledge, you're thinking of more knowledge. Whatever you know, you're trying to hit the peak with that, right?
How do you know you found the one?
Alarm bot out.
Love
Found the…
How do you
On
know
the
you
one, a
found
partner,
the one?
the right
the
partner.
right partner in life.
I
I love that
I
laugh.
want answers.
I want to laugh like that.
One day.
It's amazing.
Bomb buddy out.
Do you need a beard to laugh like that? You have that. You could probably still laugh.
I'm close.
But anyway, this is not United States, nor is it 2020. This is 1990 and this is India, where things don't happen like how it happens here. Yeah, but that's all. I just looked at her and in 3 days we were married.
So you're saying when you know, you know.
So,
So you were rich before.
when I went home,
Revealing area. Flag planted. Right here. Right here.
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
I have the spike. You will not kill my ally.
The hunt begins. 30 seconds left.
Here comes the party.
Last player standing.
If I said, because everybody thought I'll never marry because that was the contention, because I was living wild, all the time I'm camping in the mountains, here, there, and I have no interest in such things. One day I went and said, I'm marrying this girl. What? Who's she?
Fingers.
I knew her pet name, like what she's called, I didn't know her full name. Then they asked, what's the father's name? I said, I don't know. They said, what, you don't know father's name? What's their caste? I said, I don't know. Then you don't know father's name, you don't know what the family is, how will you marry this girl? I said, I intend to marry only the girl, not the father.
But did you know?
I didn't know.
You didn't know.
What?
Did you know
Did
she
you
was
know
the
she
one?
was the one?
Absolutely.
You knew.
Was there ever a time in the marriage where you're like, man, I picked the wrong one? Like, this girl really's acting up.
We don't do this.
You're pointing me in a-
Because we are not… See, I want you to understand this. I know this culture is just built up now. If you're looking how to extract life from somebody, anybody, whatever kind of wonderful person you pick, they will disappoint you. Because you can't pick life, joy or pleasure from somebody else. If you're seeing that your life is an expression of your joy and you're seeing always how to do the best for other
Player
person,
standing.
it never will happen to you that, oh, did I pick the wrong one? Did I do this? Did I do that? So tomorrow suddenly you think this is the wrong tree and cut it off and put some other tree? It's stupid.
I feel like we look for in our
Spike
culture, and
planted.
it's the saying like, find my other half, right? Which in a sense is saying that we're incomplete by ourselves, right? And we're looking for
One
joy
enemy
in another
remaining.
being. And I think that's really the key, is just finding that if we can have two wholes come together, right? And so we're coming in union and relationship to not extract joy from one another, but to share joy within one another.
How this guy has become wise.
Read your books.
I'm writing quite a few of your books. Are we on time?
I mean, I could probably sit here and ask questions all day.
Well, he's probably got places to
I
go.
need some answers.
Have you seen The Matrix?
Calculated.
Which pill would you take?
Which pill did you take? Or did you not take a pill? Have you seen The
And the
Matrix?
last
Sorry,
thing
the
they'll
Matrix, the
see
movie.
before they die.
Well, I am the Matrix, huh?
You are the Matrix.
He is selling dope.
So wait,
He's like
he's the
Red Bull.
architect. He's the architect. Do you watch movies? Can we humanize
Yes,
you,
I
you
wanna
as
do
the
that.
take you
Well,
away from this
there was a-
Gandalf-esque
there was a
for
time-
a second and humanize you? Do you eat cereal?
What do you eat for
Sadhguru,
breakfast?
please tell me.
Well, I ride a motorcycle, you see.
That's cool. Yeah. What kind of motorcycle?
Well, I have a 1600 GT BMW.
My dad has that motorcycle. He loves it. He said he sold a pickup truck that I bought him to buy the motorcycle. He didn't tell me he sold the pickup truck and used the money to buy something else that I didn't get him. So I understand the love for the motorcycle. What'd you have for breakfast this morning?
Enemy spotted.
Today? No, I just had brunch in the morning, not breakfast, because I normally get to eat only 1 meal a day, so
One enemy remaining.
it's an Indian
Reloading.
food.
What's your favorite American movie?
Favorite American movie, maybe Roman Holiday. Not
I
so
nodded
much.
my head like I knew, but I had to.
How do you stay cool with so much clothing?
Because I'm cool.
Okay. Perfect answer.
What's your favorite spot you've been to in the United States?
I don't go by favorites, but in the last few days, what I've ridden through, like the Arch National Park, the Bryce Canyon, and the Zion Valley. Oh, these are most amazing places as nature goes. Utah, most incredible.
Have you ever had a near-death experience?
All the time,
How many?
huh? Too many to recount.
What was the
There's always people always said, if there's no danger, Sadhguru cannot exist. So always he's creating dangerous situations for himself.
Me too. I punched a window yesterday. I got 9 stitches in my arm. I found out a Pokemon card was fake.
Do you know about Pokemon?
I've heard, I don't know what that is.
It's a good investment. It's a good
So
investment.
I think we have time. I think we have time for one more question. Just due to this your time.
One enemy.
Again, I
remaining.
can't just like the privilege that we have here with this platform, with Logan's audience, and the millions and millions of followers and people that will watch this. Is there something that advice or something that you see in Logan that you think would be most beneficial, that would impact people in the most positive way? I know there are many things.
Well, compared to a lot of people, he's very alive. If he channelizes that well, there are good possibilities. But in the mode that you guys have taken, I don't know whether you guys will channelize now or much later in your lives, because life is a combination of two things, a certain amount of time and certain amount of energy. Time is rolling away. You do something, you don't do something, you're happy, you're unhappy, tick, 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 it's going away for all of us, it doesn't stop for any of us. We cannot say, today I didn't use it, let me roll it back. There's no such thing. Time is just rolling away. So the only thing that we can manage is our energy.
Spike down mid.
Our energies we can manage in such a way, either it
Last
is,
player standing.
makes your life very profound. These are two aspects when it comes to life. One thing is to make your experience of life very profound. Another thing is, your activities must be impactful. I think you guys are overly focusing on your activity being impactful, not invested on making your life profound.
One enemy remaining.
Because right now you think acid will make you profound, smoke will make you profound. Well, it gives you a facade.
I didn't say that, I asked you.
All
I
right.
asked the question.
All right. So I'm saying it doesn't make your life profound. In fact, it makes you frivolous, and it is also possible. I'm telling you, during my time, I'm saying when I was
10
in
seconds
university, 13 of my friends, over a period of 7, 8 years, 13 of my friends died. Some to drugs, overdosing, some riding motorcycles too wild,
My quiver
you
is
know,
never full.
not knowing where the limit is. trying to ride like somebody else,
I'm
all
safe.
right? You can ride to your limit. You can't do what somebody does. Somebody else may be doing something else. You must ride to your limit. You must know where is your limit and you stay on that edge and see how to push that edge. But you don't try to do what somebody else is doing right now. So like this 13 of my friends in 7, 8 years' time, about 4 of them to drugs, remaining 9 of them to motorcycles, they lost their lives. They're all wonderful riders, they rode with me for many years. They're all… It's not like in United States, okay? This is like sitting on a microwave, riding in United States. There is nothing, just put it on the cruise and you sit. This is not like that in India. Riding an elephant can be on the road,
Down mid.
all right? And you need to be super alert and intuitive to ride at a certain speed. These are good guys, very good at what they're doing. But somebody drinks and drives, rides. Somebody thinks he can smoke and then ride, smoke up and then ride, like these kind of things, or somebody at any cost he wants to go ahead of somebody, whatever. Essentially, not
Last player standing.
calibrating your energies right. Those who died, died. Many others,
Enemy remaining.
they became accountants, they became lawyers, they became something else. They're all my age now. When I look at them, they're all successful people. They got money, they got wife, they got kids, all this, but no life in them. So this guy has got some life. Let's see how he handles and manages his energy, because time will run anyway, whether you like it or you don't like it. Today gets over, tomorrow happens, tomorrow gets over. It's happening to all of us. So these are the only 2 ingredients you have, time and energy. What you make out of your energy is the profoundness of your life and also the impact of your work. Please, all of you, make that happen for yourself. First and foremost thing is life should become profound in your experience. Then how you impact people, you don't have to worry. Whichever way you do it, it'll be for the best. But if you live on the surface and try to impact people, sometimes you will do good things, sometimes you will do terrible things to people, maybe with good intention. Because most horrible things on this planet are done
down,
with
B.
best of intentions,
1 enemy remaining.
not with bad intention.
Spike is here.
So Guru, thank you for blessing us with your wisdom today. Can we get a round of applause for Guru, everybody?
Thank you very much. Now I want you to observe, is it happening once in 3 months?
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
You don't die in one day. You die slowly. Till Udhana exists, there are tantric processes with which you could revive the body. Their underclothes, they must be burnt. Because otherwise, it becomes a habitation for various kinds of forces.
Namaskaram Sadhguru. After my father died, I still have several of his clothes. But I know in some traditions, you're not supposed to keep the clothes of the deceased. How should this be handled?
When you were born,
1 enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
what's your birthday, Chi? 1st of August? Oh, close up. You were not born in one day, though you have a fixed birthday. It took 9.5 months for you to be born.
Reloading.
Similarly, when you die, you don't die in one day.
I'm not tired. Are you?
You die slowly. If somebody is medically declared dead, he still doesn't die fully. think we've spoken about this. The 5 pranas, they start withdrawing slowly, step by step. The physical life energy, which generally is referred to as pran or prana, has 5 basic manifestations. There are 10, but that'll complicate. The 5 basic manifestations. These are called samana, prana, udhana, apana and vyana. Let's say if a doctor is observing and they declare that person at a particular moment that he is dead now. In the next 21 to 24 minutes, samana will start exiting. That means samana is in charge of maintaining temperature in the body. First thing that starts happening is body starts cooling down. The traditional way of checking whether somebody is dead or alive is they'll feel the nose. If the nose has gone cold, that's how they concluded that he's dead. They wouldn't check the eyeballs and other things, they would just check the nose. If nose has become cold, that means he's dead. So samana exits at that time. Somewhere between 48 to 64 minutes, prana exits.
30 seconds left.
After that, between 6 to 12 hours, udhana exits. Till udhana exists, there are tantric processes with which you could revive the body. But once udhana exists, there is a micro chance, but that is an impractical chance, except that it is impossible to revive the body once udhana has exited. The next thing is apana, somewhere between 8 to 18 hours, this exits. The vyana, which is the preservative nature of prana, will start exiting from beyond that. It can continue to exit up to 11 to 14 days if it's a normal death. It happened one day, Shankaran Pillai was rummaging through the closet, and after some time, wife came and asked, "What are you doing?" He said, "No, nothing. I'm not doing anything, nothing." The wife said, "What are you saying, nothing, nothing? I've been watching you. Last half an hour, you're reading our marriage certificate. What's the matter?" Shankaran Pillai said, "I've been looking for the expiry date." So though there may be an expiry date for one's death, one does not die in a day. It's a slow process. In fact, it's happening right now, slowly. By doing yoga, you may be putting up hurdles in the way of death, but not stoppers. Yes, daily yoga you're doing, putting up some hurdles and slowing it down, but no stopper.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
So, today you know that from your old clothing, we can take your DNA. After you're gone, after 100 years later, we can clone you. Yes? Yes or no? You know? So who you are, at least the physicality of who you are, can be picked up from your clothes and we can remake you. At least someone who looks just like you. We can create the body. So you are still there all over the place. The yogis, when they die, they'll set fire to the hut in which they are living by themselves. There's the way to do it. Let me not tell you, because I don't want you to set fire to the cottages here. So they always set fire to the hut in which they are living, because they don't want even a single molecule of DNA to hang around and live. Because in some way your physical body is still hanging around. If they can recreate your body from that, obviously it's hanging around, isn't it? So everything that I have touched, you want to burn, everything has to be cleared up.
Match point.
No one beats my firepower.
It's because
I
of
got
this. This is the one main reason why people want to keep their physical positions so minimal on the spiritual path. If you enter a sannyasi's room, you will see there'll be 3 pairs of clothes neatly folded and kept, just this thing to drink water, 1 plate to eat food, and just 1 single sheet to sleep upon, and that's it. No one extra item, because he does not want to touch too many things in the world. He wants to keep it to at most minimal, because he knows if he spreads his body all over the place, gathering it and going will be very difficult. That is why he does not form any physical relationships of any kind, because he understands if he leaves his body all over, when the time to gather comes, it's going to be extremely difficult. People who are off your body are unwilling to come with you when you want to go. They won't come. They'll all say, I love you, but they won't come. So, when someone dies, depending upon
One
who he
enemy
is,
remaining.
accordingly these things must be handled. In today's world, when
Attackers
people
win.
have gathered enough clothing for 3 lifetimes, enough footwear for 10 lifetimes, burning all that would be sheer waste. And anyway, their way of existence and the way they exit is such, invariably they have to find root in this earth once again. No point burning all that. At least those things which are very closely, intimately involved with the body, like their underclothes and other things, must be burnt. They must be burnt. Because otherwise, that being will not go easy. He will not know, he does not have the discretion to understand whether he should be here or there. He cannot make any decision. There's no decision-making capability because there's no discretion. Once the body is gone, the discretionary mind is gone. So there is no decision, only by tendency. There are too many things here which belong to the body, it just hangs around, particularly in the first few days. So, in one's home, if there are lots of used clothes, which is a problem with the Western world again, because of the type of clothing and the structure of the society, the things are such, you may be wearing a jacket for 6 months and it may not be washed.
Found.
Yes? You use it and you hang it there, because it's a cold country and maybe you don't sweat so much, use it and put it there. Such a thing is not possible in India. If you use something, it has to be washed now. The nature of the clothing, the atmosphere and the social structures are such, but that is changing again there also, because most people are wearing clothes made in China, not anymore made in India. So, the type of clothing they're using, naturally they use it and hang it, they don't use it and wash it. All these things were taken care of, every aspect was handled, but we're losing it in a big way. Because these clothes are repeatedly used and hung there, you can actually experiment. Well, today the dogs are there. If you bring a police dog, if you put 1,000 jackets here and ask him to point out which is Jim's jacket, he will just go and point out. Yes? Not God, just a dog.
You don't have to.
Never, ever assume you can help me. You can't help me. You can't help them.
Reloading.
You will just go and point out. Yes? Not God, just a dog. So obviously, who you are is hanging there in the jacket in many ways, isn't it? That even a dog can see it. So, once it is like this, when a person has departed and his body is still hanging around in many forms, it becomes a habitation for various kinds of forces. Not only for that person's energies hanging around, for various other kinds of forces. Unoccupied body, your jacket is, in a way, which is not a good way to leave it. So, either they immediately wash it. In India, if they're expensive clothes, they will wash all the clothes. Within the first 10 days or 11 days, they'll wash all the clothes and distribute it to many places, never to one place. You don't take all your clothes and give it to one family. You make sure the jacket goes here, trousers goes there, that goes there, this goes there, so that it gets too spread out to make any significance. Significant presence is not there. Otherwise, all the things which are intimately with the body, just burn it. One of these things must be done. Either you must give it away across the 50 states, so that the old man does not remain confused as to where to go, or you must just burn it up.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Sushupti means it is a dreamless state, but there are dimensions of consciousness that you're aware of. The neurological system in the body, if we have a way of monitoring that, I think the entire art of anesthesia could raise to a different level at a very minimum interference. When you disengage with memory, suddenly there is no past, present and future. So there is no time. Because there is no time, there is no space.
Spike planted.
Now I know how annoying my healing is.
So I'll tell you why this started. 2 years ago, we were in a conversation with Sadhguru and I asked him, we all know that anesthesia works, but we really don't know how it works. And can you shed some light on it? And he talked to me briefly and then he said a statement which is anesthesia, correct me if I'm wrong, Sadhguru, because sometimes I might be wrong, if I'm quoting you specifically. Anesthesia cannot touch consciousness, it can only take away memory. I was blown away by that answer because that's not the way we think consciousness of. And maybe I thought several days I've had sleepless nights thinking about maybe it's time for us to redefine the term consciousness itself. And having gone through several programs with him, I think I got some glimpses here and there to know that there's much more than what we know of. That's how this started. And so Emery, you are the one who has been doing a lot of work in this area, so you can probably start off telling me what we know now of how anesthesia actually causes loss of consciousness.
Okay, so I'll start. And so again, it's a pleasure to share the stage with Sadhguru and with Nico. So, you know, how does anesthesia work? Actually, how many people here had anesthesia?
Oh.
Great topic, right? Yeah, right.
A lot of plants out there.
Exactly, right. All right, fantastic. So what happened to you? you know, some people say we turn the brain off, or we make you unconscious, we put you in a coma. But I think so we've tried to really understand what's happened. And we've done this by doing a number of studies in humans as well as in animals. And so I'll just give you the quick back of the envelope way to think about it. When you take the anesthesia drugs, or when they're given to you by the anesthesiologist, the brain isn't turned off. You know, it's not like all of a sudden the switch flips. If you look at what happens to the brain, it's actually in a highly, highly dynamic state. It's really, the actual circuits in the brain are oscillating. They're creating waves. And to give you some sense of this, if you look at my hands like this, and they're oscillating now, this is the way your brain is in a normal state of, forgive me, consciousness, right? All right? All right? All right? As I understand it in my little limited way, all right? All right? But then what happens is the drugs take over the circuits, and now the circuits oscillate like this. And as long as you keep the drugs there, they're doing that. Now, what does that mean? It means that if this brain area was communicating with that brain area so that you could be conscious, it can no longer do that. When you turn the drugs off, the brain returns. As long as you keep the drugs on it, it does this. It creates these oscillations. It's very much like this YouTube video, which I'm sure some of you have seen, where you have a bridge in Tacoma, Washington. I don't know if you've seen this, the bridge in Tacoma, Washington. And all of a sudden, you know, it starts to oscillate in a perfect sine wave, just like this. And no traffic can go across the bridge. It's the same thing that happens under anesthesia. And what happens is that these oscillations, because they're so strong, they take over the brain, they're not natural. And you remember one of the things that Bala mentioned was that after anesthesia, our brains often don't work the way they did beforehand. So now you can see if you've been in a state like this for 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, and, you know, look, I got my AARP card about 12 years ago myself, so I'm in that category too, right? You know, you can understand why your brain may not work, right? So, and basically that's it. And what's good about that, what's good about what I'm telling you is that we as anesthesiologists can see this state. We can see it on the EEG of patients in the operating room, and we can use it to change the way we deliver our drugs. That's the practical implication of this. And then the other practical implication of it is that as we take anesthesia seriously, in other words, don't say, oh, we just give you drugs and you go away and you come back. As we take it seriously and study it, then we can start interacting with our neurology colleagues and make links between problems that they're working on. We can actually begin to have conversations with, you know, distinguished individuals like Sadhguru, who can help us understand what is it we're actually doing on a deeper level. But if we haven't taken what we do seriously in terms of what's happening in the brain, we're not in that position. And that's where I'd like to think that we're trying to move the research now to, in other words, use anesthesia, the study of anesthesia, to help us connect with some of these deeper ideas about the brain, the mind, and also consciousness.
David, do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts on how we are doing?
How we're connecting anesthesia to the... So what we work on as neurologists, or what I work on, is very related and very, very connected in that we're trying to understand how patients who lose consciousness because they've had a structural brain injury or a cardiac arrest or some other kind of problem can reestablish the process of a conscious state in a brain that's been injured, and what are the rules of the recovery, and what are the ways in which it can happen, and what are the limitations, and how do people get stuck along the way, and could we help them? And it turns out that there's a lot of variation.
Sadhguru.
Come on, let's go!
Dr. Brown and Dr. Skip, I will accompany the doctors in their areas of proficiency.
Spike down B.
So, Because for me, the only way I know anything I know is from my own experience. So my language and my expression could be a bit abrasive.
Thanks,
If it
Phoenix.
seems abrasive, please pardon me because I'm nearly illiterate. So,
I've got you, bro.
this, first of all, the nature of the language that we are speaking, I'm talking about the English language. This language is very good for describing and defining external things. That is very limited when it comes to internal dimensions of many aspects of who we are. So, if we have to use yogic terminology for this, what you're referring to as consciousness is considered as jhana, that means wakefulness.
Spike planted.
We do not consider wakefulness as consciousness. Wakefulness is the state of the body. Wakefulness is the state of the mind. Wakefulness is the state of the bioenergies within us. But that's not consciousness. What you're seeing as physical body, well, one thing I would like to clarify is, we do not look as brain as a very significant aspect because we see intelligence is right across the system. Generally, in most people's understanding, I believe, a combination of memory and intelligence is considered as mind. Am I right? If you take this as a definition, it is a fact that every cell in our body carries millions of fold much more memory than the entire brain can carry. Because these cells in the body remember even what happened 1,000,000 years ago. It remembers the skin tone of your forefathers from 1,000,000 years, nothing has changed. It never gets confused. So what you can carry in the brain as conscious memory, what every cell or every DNA is carrying is phenomenally more. And the chemical dimension of what is being conducted in every cell is far more complex than you could ever figure with your entire brain. So both in terms of intelligence and memory, the spread is much more. I think this entire focus on brain has come mainly because somewhere, probably pre-Renaissance time, we broke into this because that region, largely we're talking about Europe, where it was hugely dominated by very dogmatic belief systems. When people broke through that, nobody was supposed to think for themselves, everything was already said and done. When people broke through that and started thinking for themselves, thinking little freely looked like absolute liberation for those people. And I think that hangover still lasts in our education systems, in our medical sciences, in the very way we are approaching even fundamental sciences. That hangover, that thought is everything, is very profoundly influencing our social structure and our way of exploration. In the yogic sciences, we don't attach any significance to your thought. Whatever you're thinking, it's of no consequence. This is why whatever somebody is saying, we don't listen to them. We just feel them. We just feel them. What is their chemistry, what is their… how they are right now. I don't care what they are saying. This is how… maybe it's an evolutionary problem with me, because I've been in jungles by myself and I've seen most creatures judge you just like this. I think they showed a picture of me having a king cobra. I've been very closely involved with all kinds of creatures, particularly cobras and things. Their sense of our chemistry is so keen. You can just go in the wild and just pick up a cobra. As you saw, I'm not holding him by his head, he's not a pet cobra. He's a king cobra. If he bites you, he won't give you more than 20 to 40 minutes before you're done. But I'm just picking him up like this, he will do nothing because he's feeling my chemistry. If I show little agitation, he'll go for me. If I'm just, okay, he's fine with me. So, we don't attach any significance to thought, because thought is recycling of the data that we already gathered. No thought can come which is absolutely fresh. Permutations and combinations of the data that we already have. Right now, a lot of people coming up to me very fearfully and saying, Sadhguru, this artificial intelligence is coming, if they come, they will take over the world. I said, if they take over and run the damn thing, you're on a holiday, isn't it? But it is a fact that everything that we can gather as information, analyze and express and use it in many ways, all these things, machines will be doing it better than us in the next 10 to 15 years' time. Everything that is data-based processing, machines will do way better than us. So there is this fear. I think it's a very good time. This is the time we need to explore an intelligence beyond intellect. Because we have become so intellectual, we have become so brain-oriented in our approach to everything. As you rightly said, nothing is really turned off, we've just broken the communication. After all, the purpose is to go through something which is generally extremely painful without pain. That is how the entire anesthetic science has come up. So, you're just breaking the communication and that's not happening, it serves that purpose. So, being wakeful and being conscious are two different things. This is described like this. For wakefulness, we have a word called Jagrati. Jagrati means you're awake. If 10 people, let's say we take sample of 10 people, they all fell asleep, don't do it, okay? They all fell asleep and they came awake. When they come awake, all of them will not be equally awake. One person may be instantly awake, another person may take 2 minutes, as you have noticed with anesthesia also. Sure. Another person will take an hour to wake up, another person needs a strong coffee, otherwise she won't wake up. Am I right? Like this. Different levels of wakefulness is also there. Professors must have noticed.
Yes. In fact, the first few minutes of the day can be like that.
Different levels of wakefulness in a classroom. So, this is Jagrati. So, we are calling wakefulness as consciousness now. The next dimension of consciousness is called Swapna. This means a dream state. A dream state is far more vivid than wakeful state for most human beings. It's like going to a cinema. If you go to a cinema, the key factor of the impact of the cinema on you is turning off the lights. This is something most people don't understand. If you don't turn off the lights, cinema will be no good, it doesn't matter how well it's made. Turn on the lights and watch the cinema, you will see a great cinema becomes nothing. So turning off the lights is important. So turning off the lights in our experience is the eyelids, you down the shutters, the world is off. Now you start your own world. So dream state is like a cinema, it's far more impactful. People love their cinema stars more than the people that they've lived with for 25 years. But they have not even seen them, all they saw was play of light and sound. But that is far more impactful simply because lights are off. So, eyelid is that, if you roll it down, lights should be off, world should be closed. But right now, the problem is this mental faculty has not been taken care of, so it's running wild all the time with eyes closed. So this dream state is considered a more powerful state than Jagrati. Jagrati or wakefulness is important for performing action in the world. But for human consciousness, in terms of profoundness of experience, dream is always more profound than walking on the street. Yes? Most of you have experienced this. The next state is called a susupti. Susupti means it is a dreamless state. But there are dimensions of consciousness that you're aware of. It's a totally dreamless sleep state, but you're aware. There is no picturization, there is no video running in your mind, there are no pictures, there are no people, there are no words, but you're conscious in your sleep. This is a very powerful state. If you really want to manifest something in your life, this is something to be explored. And the next one is called as Turiya. This is consciousness, where there is no memory involved of any kind. Essentially in the yogic sciences, we are looking at consciousness as an intelligence beyond memory. If there is memory, memory is considered a boundary in the sense, this is one person, this is another person, simply because this embodies one kind of memory and that embodies another kind of memory. This has become one kind of person, this has become another kind of person. Essentially, it is in the memory. Memory does not mean just what I remember and you remember. Genetic memory is there, evolutionary memory is there, elemental memory is there, atomic memory is there, karmic memory is there. Inarticulate and articulate memories are there, but generally we are thinking memory means consciously what we can remember. But today, if we eat dog food, we'll not become dogs. Something within us remembers, no matter what you eat, this has to be only transformed into a human being. It doesn't matter what you eat. If you and a cow every day eat a mango, no merger will happen. Perfect memory is established, evolutionary memory is absolute. So, these different dimensions of memory are playing on a daily basis. People are thinking their thoughts are free. It's a joke because your memory is determining everything. So, largely in one single word we call this karma.
Hello.
Karma means the residual impact of all the memory that you have, how it is impacting every thought, every emotion, every action, the very way you sit and stand. See, if you see somebody walking far away, let's say half a mile away you see someone walking, if he's your friend, just the way they're moving their body, you say, oh, that's him.
Spike down A.
There are 7 billion plus people, but this particular man walks in a unique way, all right? Just two-leg walking, everybody walks, but still it is so unique. So this is what we are referring to as karma, that the residual impact of memory, varieties of memory. We recognize memory as 8 basic forms of memory, which are determining how you are right now. The very way you sit, stand, breathe, understand, perceive life is determined by this memory. But there is an intelligence beyond memory, which we call as Turiya or Chitta. This is consciousness. Now, every one of us is conscious. The question is only of degree. Even a rock is conscious, a dog is conscious, a pig is conscious. The question is only of degree, how conscious. Even among us, how conscious is different from person to person. So, this degree of consciousness determines everything.
Let's go.
Now, if we have to give an analogy, what is memory is like, I'm sure every one of us at some stage in our life, I don't know if you're still doing it, we blew soap bubbles, did you? Hello? Come on, everybody raise their hand for anesthesia. Did you? So, when you blow a soap bubble, the soap, even among us, how conscious is different from person to person. So, this degree of consciousness determines everything. Now, if we have to give an analogy, what is memory is like, I'm sure every one of us at some stage in our life, I don't know if you're still doing it, we blew soap bubbles, did you? Hello? Come on, everybody raise their hand for anesthesia. Did you? So, when you blow a soap bubble, the soap part of it, which is very little, just a tiny drop, a large part of it is air that it captures. So how big a bubble? When you were children, who can blow the biggest bubble was a big deal. And it's a certain amount of technique.
Yes.
How you do it. Somebody blew this big bubble, somebody got only this much. So how big a bubble? This bubble is like this. The kind of soap and how it gathers is your memory. It forms it gives it a form. But when the memory bursts, there is no such thing as your air and my air. There is no such thing as your consciousness and my consciousness. There is something called as your body and my body. There is something called as your memory and my memory. There is something called as your intellect and my intellect. But there is nothing called as your consciousness and my consciousness. How much of it did you capture? How big is your bubble will determine the scale of your life. The scale and possibilities of your life are determined by how big a bubble did you blow.
You even ready for a light show?
Okay.
Something called as your body and my body. There is something called as your memory and my memory. There is something called as your intellect and my intellect. But there is nothing called as your consciousness and my consciousness. How much of it did you capture? How big is your bubble will determine the scale of your life. The scale and possibilities of your life are determined by how big a bubble did you blow.
Okay. Well, let me pose you a question, Sagdara. So, we can perhaps work as individuals to, now that I know I take away wakefulness and not consciousness, right? To move towards consciousness. And that's an individual's decision to maybe train in this particular way. So, is there some way that we can harness these insights like you have, harness this understanding, and use it as anesthesiologists to take care of patients? Because if we can reduce it to, or if we can adapt it, I should say reduce it, we can adapt it in that way, you know, that would be very, very helpful, because we would be using the powers in a way that would control, have to use the word, the brain, in a way that would be perhaps more physiologic.
I'm not the expert in the subject, but because you're asking me the question, I'll say something. But you're the expert in anesthesiology, is it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. In my simple understanding, anesthesia as a process has come into being in this world, or is existing right now, because there is pain. Pain, when it happens to us, is a bad thing. Nobody wants pain. But at the same time, if there was no pain, most people would not even know how to preserve their own body. See, wherever there is no pain, in how many ways they've cut it. Suppose there was no pain in your nose, they would have cut it in various shapes. It's part of the fashion. If there was no pain at all, believe me, they would have pulled out intestines and swing it on the street and go. You have any doubt about that?
None whatsoever.
So, essentially, because there is pain in the body, and pain is a protective mechanism. Because most human beings still don't have the necessary intelligence even to preserve themselves. If there was no pain, even if a bicycle comes, people step back, don't think this is out of civilization. Consequence of pain. If there was no pain, even if a truck comes, they would just walk. Yes, they would. So, because of pain, so pain is essentially a protective mechanism for us. Without it, people wouldn't know how to stay alive, how to stay in one piece, they would have cut themselves into pieces. So, but sometimes, as what is called as surgery, is in some way cutting people up.
Sure.
So it has become a necessity to cut someone. How to cut them? With minimum amount of disturbance to the system, that's the whole effort. So in this effort, as you said, essentially you're disengaging different parts of the brain. I don't know if it's an exact science or it's generally getting disengaged. Whichever way, is it getting effectively disengaged that people go through surgeries without even knowing what happened? When something major was done to them, their ribs were opened up and ribcage was opened up, heart was opened up, brain was opened up, they don't even know what happened. Very innocently, they wake up after a day or so, whatever amount of time. So this is anesthesia. How could we use… See, one dimension, because when we were speaking in the room, when you said, essentially, if I'm wrong, please correct me, you're monitoring the physiological systems of heartbeat, blood pressure and temperature…
brainwaves,
whatever else, the physiological factors. If… I don't know if it's even a possibility, but if you find a way to monitor the neurological system, ignoring the physiological system completely, see, the concern may be the moment you put somebody on the table and start opening the body, the concern of a doctor or a surgeon may be that you don't want him dead on the table. So you're watching his heartbeat, you're watching his pulse and you're watching his all the other parameters. I understand and appreciate that concern, but instead of… okay, let's leave the physiological monitoring as it is, but if we have a way, I don't know if there is a way in the medical science, if we monitor the neurological system, not just the brain, the neurological system in the body, if we have a way of monitoring that, I think the entire art of anesthesia could raise to a different level at a very minimum interference. It could happen because why I'm saying this is, there is something called as marma in yoga and also in what is called as kalari in South India. It's a certain form of martial art. Marma is a way of killing the pain completely at certain moments when we want to, just by touching certain parts of the body, handling body in a certain way. So essentially what we're doing is, the neurological system, we're shutting it off. And there is no pain at all. We can go ahead and do what we have to do, and only when we release it, the pain will come back. So, using that as a basis, I'm saying, if medical science has a way of monitoring the neurological impulse as it's happening, and if there is some way to introduce anesthetics in whatever form that you use, I don't know all the cocktails that are used, but if it is done properly, probably, I'm just guessing, I'm not an expert on this, probably with 2% or 3% of your medicine, you could still have the same effect on the patient. Because how you use any medicine on the body and how you use it on the neurological system, I would say 1% of what you use on the muscle, if you use it on the nerve, it will produce equal effect.
But it's interesting because I think what you're saying has contact also with the work that we do in the recovery phase, and there are people now looking very carefully at cardiac and brain interactions, and they do signal some of these changes, and it's suggestive. I mean, that maybe more of the body could be engaged in the way we think and measure, and that makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
Can I ask you another question? So I did a little reading about you, and he's not as uneducated as he would have you believe. See, he's actually quite educated. That's pretty clear. And I was curious because I think it was back in 1982 when you had like your first enlightenment experience, I think. And there's a story here. So you mentioned how it seemed like only 10 or 15 minutes had gone by. But what had happened is that you'd been out in this state for like maybe 4 hours or so when you came to and looked at your watch. The analogy is this is what people under anesthesia report all the time. In other words, they have this sense that no time has passed.
You were not around that day.
Maybe I'm reaching. But they report a very similar phenomenon, you know, that it seems like they'll wake up sometimes from anesthesia and they'll go, you know, have you started yet? You're done? They're actually quite surprised. So whatever our timekeeping mechanism is, right? It's different from sleep. It's noticeably different from sleep because often when you sleep, except in some rare instances, you have a sense that, you know, time has passed. You know, you went to sleep, you woke up, you know, you may not be able to judge it exactly. But characteristically, under anesthesia, when people come to, they feel like no time has passed. Any thoughts?
Mm-hmm. See, our sense of time, the only way human beings know time is by the cyclical movement of things that are happening. If the earth spins once, we call it a day. If the moon goes around the earth, we call it a month. If the planet goes around the sun, we call it a year. Or if the clock goes around, we call it an hour. So only by cyclical movements we know time. What cyclical movement means is, all physical dimensions of the existence, from atomic to cosmic, exists only because of cyclical movements. Anything physical in the universe is naturally cyclical. So the entire yogic process is just about this, how to transcend the cyclical movement of our existence. Because cyclical movement means we are going in circles. If I tell somebody, you're going in circles, what does it mean? It means you're not getting anywhere. So this is the fundamental ethos, that once you're attached to cyclical moments of life, you're not really getting anywhere, but it feels like you're going somewhere. Today, everybody knows this experience because most of them walk only on the treadmills. I was in conversation with Ed Bagley, who's an environmentalist, and he said, if somebody from another planet comes here, some aliens come here and see, we drive to the gymnasium and then cycle inside the gymnasium on a stationary bicycle, what will they think?
Right.
So, cyclical movement signifies physical existence. Physical existence, as today fundamental physics is talking about it, forever the yogic sciences have been saying this, it is a minuscule of the larger space. It is just some 0.000 some percentage, negligible percentage, all of us together, and the planet and the universe and everything. The physical universe is just way below 1% of the cosmic space. That is true even with the individual atom. Even in the individual atom, the substance is way below 1%. So this minuscule is our engagement. How I see in my experience is, it's only the footprint. We are so engaged with the footprint. I have been in the jungles of South India for long periods of time. At one time I was involved in tiger census. So for days on end we followed the tiger's footprints. We saw only the footprint, we have not seen a damn tiger. So till you see the tiger, by footprints, whatever imagination you have, tiger breaks it for you. When he growls at you, it's all gone. All the… you studied the footprint, you thought you understood and how he does things, his behavior, everything you understood by his footprints, how he moves, what he does. But when you see him,
All this knowledge you gather vanishes in one moment. Fortunately, he didn't make breakfast out of you, but even just seeing him, everything vanished. So right now, we are just studying the footprint. Consciousness, the remaining 99 point whatever
Match found.
Yes, I'm pumped.
Reina, there are better ways to survive than your path.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. Pobre de mí.
Reloading.
Bomb buddy out.
Enemy spotted B. Revealing area.
Careful.
Shot done.
Enemy spotted B.
Last
Spike
player
carrier is
standing.
What are you
doing, Jet?
Spike down B.
Continue to give us vision, Silva.
Going B. Embarrass them. Rotating.
Scanning ahead.
Oh.
Reloading.
Omen and Jet hit 101.
Still in sight. Reload.
Last
spike
player
carrier is
standing. Spike down A.
Night night.
They want to dance? Ha! I'll lead.
We go. Let us rotate.
Nope.
Thank you.
Rotating.
Rotating.
Need healing.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Percentage that is there in the atom, that's there in the cosmos, this is consciousness. An atom has captured a minuscule consciousness. You and me have captured the largest amount compared to any other creature on this planet. That's why we are at the peak of evolution, that we have captured the largest.
I'd like to avoid that.
But
please.
time we know only because of our involvement with cyclical movements. Once there is no cyclical movement, or in some way if you get disengaged with the physicality of your existence. When I say physicality, everything that's physical about you is accumulated over a period of time, isn't it?
No. Not there.
It's an accumulation. Now, everything that's mental about you is also accumulated, the content, I'm saying. The framework may be there, but the content is all accumulated. What you accumulate cannot be you, isn't it? It can be yours, but it can never be you. So once there is a little disengagement with the physicality of what you have gathered, suddenly there's no sense of time nor space. What is now is then, what is then is now. What is here is there, what is there is here, everything gets like this. It's very beautifully expressed. The Adiyogi, the first yogi, over 15,000 years ago, he said this. People, his disciples, quizzing him, asking, what is the nature of this existence? Where does the cosmos begin? Where does it end? He laughs at them and says,
Last player
I
standing.
can pack your cosmos into a mustard seed.
So just make sure we understand. If I understand, the experience that you had that Emery's asking about, and perhaps the experience that might not be passed through in memory and language with the patient in anesthesia from this point of view, would be one in which it's outside of time, maybe interior, as it said in the video, but space has sort of a time-like aspect where present and future are in the same distance. Is that kind of a restatement in any way?
This is this could seem contradictory to what is generally believed in fundamental physics. Modern physics is looking at space and time. The yogic sciences look at only time. There's only time, there is no space. Because there is time, there's a consequence of space.
Match found.
If there was no time, there would be no space. So time is the basic, not space. Space is an illusion that's been created because we are engaged with our physical natures. So if you disengage with your physical nature, suddenly there is no time, so there is no space. So suddenly what is here is there, what is there is here. People think something miraculous has happened, nothing miraculous happened. It is just that you kept your accumulations aside for a moment, that's all. What you accumulated and who you are sat separately. The very basic program, what we're teaching as inner engineering is just this. What we're training people for is, if they sit down here, body's here, what you call as your mind is somewhere else, what is you seems to be little away. Once there is a little space between you and your body, between you and your mind, suddenly there is no time. Once there is no time, there is no space, there is no possibility of space. This needs to be understood. We have a common word both for time and space. We call it kala. Kala means time. Kala also means emptiness. So emptiness means space. So this hall is empty, that means there is space here. We say when the hall is full, we say there is no space here, that's what we mean in a simplistic way. But the same word is employed both for time and space because space is bred by the time. If there is no time, there is no space. Right now we are understanding time as cyclical movements. So we are looking at time in two different dimensions, kala and mahakala, the greater time. The greater time has no cyclical movements. Cyclical movement is because of physical nature. Because of physical nature, there is time in terms of birth and death, in terms of initiation and expiry of everything that happens. Every atom, every electron, every proton, somewhere has a age. Even the very planets and the solar system and the sun has an age. Sometime it is begun and sometime it's going to end. Whether it's going to be a bang or it peters out is is something we can debate. Sure. But physicality is not perpetual. It begins and ends. Because of that, we are looking at time in that sense. But there is time beyond cyclical nature. This we call Mahakal. Is there some logical way of explaining it? No. It is just that when you disengage with physical nature, which is the main purpose of yoga, because otherwise, when you engage with your physical nature, you engage with your memory. Your body is just memory, variety of memory. 8 different dimensions we are talking, whether we see 8 or 4 or 1, it doesn't matter. This has taken a particular form only because of memory. It is functioning in a particular way only because of memory. So when we disengage with physical form, we are disengaging with memory absolutely. When you disengage with memory, suddenly there is no past, present and future, so there is no time. Because there is no time, there is no space, there is no distance, there is no possibility of this and that.
Since I have you here…
I'm yours.
No, thank you.
Professor Sir.
No. The world has a lot of problems, right? And, one of the things that we need to solve, and we were talking about some of this, just as we were sitting down there before the program started.
Can I correct that question a little?
Sure.
The world doesn't have too many problems, it has only one problem: human beings.
Okay. So if we could focus on that one issue. All right. What do we do? How do we use, the insights, the understanding, the enlightenment that you have to go after some of these issues? Because they're very real and they threaten us.
So, by every definition that we have made, we have defined ourselves as the most intelligent creatures on the planet. These are all our definitions. I don't know if the insects agree with us. But by our own definitions, we are the most intelligent of the species. So our understanding is right now, whoever dominates must be most intelligent. So for which we are paying a lot of price. Whoever is right now in domination, he is the most intelligent. If you go by that, we are the most intelligent. Maybe we are the most intellectual, yes, of all the creatures. But we are not the most intelligent, because we don't even know what to eat after these millions of years.
One enemy remaining.
Hello? Even now research is going on, what is the best thing to eat? It you put something in front of your dog, one sniff, he knows whether to eat or not to eat. So this is mainly because this is a new happening. This cerebral activity is a new happening. We're a bit too excited. Just like, people are all engaged with their smartphones all the time. They're walking like this everywhere. They're not looking at the sunrise, even that they look in the phone screen, they look at the whole cosmos in their phone screen. Because the instrument is new, next generation may not even look at it, probably. Right now it's new, everybody is engaged with it and they're calling it a smartphone. Generally, someone will refer to someone else as smart when they find that person is smarter than them, right? So, unfortunately for a whole lot of people, the phone is the smartest thing about them. So, this is a new gadget. You should know more about these things if you have the right names for this.
The brain?
No, in the brain, this cerebral development…
The cerebral cortex
yes.
and… yes.
This is a new happening. So we are a little excited about this. This can boom, 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 you know, there's all those figures of blue lights flying all over the place and we're excited about those things. But fundamentally, intelligence always has been, right? It might have found expression in the form of thought, which gave us the capability of language and many other arts and music and things. It gave us various capabilities, there's no question about that. So only a very few, very small percentage of people used it that way. Rest of the people are using their intellect just to freak the hell out of themselves. You're only handling injuries or you're also handling people going off?
I only do neurology. I'm not board certified in psychiatry, that's the question.
If they're neurotic, you don't deal with them?
Not trained for that.
Okay. They all come
Not professionally trained for that.
A lot of them come to me. You're lucky. So, this is essentially like you have a new gadget, but you have not read the user's manual. You're doing something with it. Human suffering that you see, human beings are suffering at various levels. As a doctor, you're probably seeing physical suffering in terms of ailments and surgeries and whatever they go through, injuries and stuff. But I'm seeing a different level of suffering. People who have no ailment to complain about, but they suffer deeply. People without any ailment suffer far more than people with ailments. At least if you have an ailment, you have a good excuse. Most people don't have an excuse, simply sitting, standing, they suffer. Everybody has found a reason. Why? Well, somebody is suffering because they are poor, they're suffering the poverty.
You should run.
You make them rich, they'll suffer the taxes. They're not educated, they couldn't get into the school, they will suffer. Get them into the school, you've seen them suffering here. To the best school, they will get in and suffer.
Last player
They're not married, they suffer. Get them married. So they are not suffering their life. This is something that needs to be understood. They are not suffering their
enemy
life.
remaining.
If you ask them what they're suffering, they're capable of suffering what happened 10 years ago.
Make sure to follow
That's
my
what
pack in.
10 years ago, something happened, they can still suffer. And they are capable of suffering what may happen day after tomorrow already. So essentially, their suffering is not about life. They are suffering two fantastic faculties that only human beings have. No other creature has such a vivid sense of memory as we have. No other creature has the kind of fantastic sense of imagination that we have. They're suffering their memory and their imagination, they're not suffering their life, isn't it? They're only suffering their memory and their imagination. If you take away a part of their brain, you definitely know which part it is. If you take out some part of their brain, whatever that part, they will all sit very peacefully, maybe even happy, I don't know. Because I find, I just met a lady a few months ago. I was in Mysore, my hometown. I just went to visit someone and I was just entering a building, a very small built old lady, maybe she's over 75. She came smiling at me so sweetly and just asked me, "How are you?" I said, "Ma'am, I'm well. How are you?" And then I went up, I never forget faces, but this is not a face that I know. Then I went up and after half an hour I came down, again she came to me with a very sweet smile and she said, "How are you?" I thought, okay, and then I said, "Okay, I'm doing well, how are you doing?" Then somebody came and said, "Poor lady, she's just lost her memory." But I said, it seems to have done wonders to her. She's just so exuberant and joyful. So, a whole lot of people, when they lose their faculties, they become better. This is the unfortunate nature of our existence, that our capabilities have become our problems. If our incapability is our problem, that is understandable. But when our Our capabilities become our problem, we are heading for a disaster. Yes or no? This is a tremendous capability. This cerebral development is a tremendous capability, but now that is what we are suffering. Our fantastic sense of memory and imagination, we are suffering this. And no wonder so many people are losing their memory because many times in their lives, consciously, unconsciously, they're wishing they could forget something. And they will forget one day. When they forget, suddenly it becomes an ailment. But they were always wishing for it. Every day, a whole lot of human beings are continuously wishing and praying, I wish I can forget this. But when they forget it, then they become a case.
30 seconds.
So, this dimension of what we are looking at is not about forgetting, it is not about reducing your thing. See, every day, people are taking their own anesthesia. They call it whiskey, they call it wine, they call it their own thing. They kind of…
10 seconds left.
Just dull your memory, dull your imagination, simply sit there. It feels peaceful. Next day morning again, everything is back anyway, unless you have a hangover. But people have found their own ways of anesthesia. And people are using many things, of course, more advanced developments have happened in that level of anesthesia also in recent times.
Right.
So, essentially, whether you pray, I want to forget all these things and live happily, or you drank a glass of wine, or you doped yourself, or you're on LSD, or you put them on anesthesia, essentially they're all moving in the same direction. You're doing it for a specific purpose for a limited period of time, but they're trying to do it to their life. And one day, when they lose their memory, in a way, unfortunately, they've succeeded their intent. This is the misfortune. Because people are driving themselves towards that. People are trying to think, I mean, today in the world, people think there is something called as sanity and insanity. There's no real line there. It's a line that you manage by yourself, with your own discipline and your own perception. Is there really a line called sanity and insanity? Tell me.
Is there?
See now, it's like this. What you think is normal, somebody else thinks is crazy. Is it not happening all the time? Older generation thinks younger generation is crazy. Younger generation thinks old people had for sure lost their marbles. Everybody is making these judgments. One culture thinks another culture is crazy. So, it is just a line that we artificially create and manage, because we know if we cross that, we will not be able to control ourselves. Even when people get angry, the term that they use is always, I'm getting mad, so they know it. So, they know that they've crossed their line. The line is not same for everybody. What is my line and what is somebody else's line is different places people have drawn their lines. Somebody thinks it's all right, once in a way, at least 3 times a day I shout at somebody, it's okay. If I ever shout at somebody, then I will withdraw probably for many years, because such a thing cannot happen. If it happens, I've lost it. So what is your line, where is your line, is something that you have drawn. There is no existential line that this is sanity, this is insanity. There's no such thing. The question is just this: if you're in control of your mental faculties, this is called sanity. If you're not in control of your mental faculty, this is called insanity. Suppose, right now, we can make an experiment with all of them. Can we?
Sure.
I'll give you 10 seconds. Next 10 seconds, nobody… a simple thing, what you have to do is, you can think of anything in the universe you want. Only thing is, don't think of monkeys for the next 10 seconds. Okay? 10 seconds, no monkeys. You will count millions of only monkeys. So, our faculties are not totally in control. Question is only, how crazy are you?
Welcome to my world.
You are a little more crazy than me. That's about it. But there's no such thing as somebody is absolutely sane and somebody is absolutely insane. What means a lot to me looks like insanity to somebody
Spike
else.
down, B.
Is it not happening every day?
Last player
What
standing.
means a world, somebody else thinks this is insanity. What means a world to them, you may think it's insanity. All kinds of things are being done in the world and it looks perfectly normal for that person, it's only others who are making this judgment that he is insane. Only thing is, if what is out of control goes to a point where it causes active harm to himself or to people around him, then we are diagnosing him as totally insane.
But there has to be some sort of agreement, and I'll just call it that, so that we can have a functional social structure, right?
So you're saying sanity is a social thing?
I'm afraid to assert here.
It is so. See, even in terms of sanity and insanity, what is crime and what is not, is a social thing, isn't it?
Right.
It's a very social thing. So when we're talking about social things keep on evolving from generation to generation, it keeps changing. What you think… what you thought was wrong has become right, what you thought was right has become wrong. In one generation it happens, isn't it? So social realities we don't have to debate because it's a flux that all of us create. It's generally called culture. Culture is not something that dropped upon us. What mess we create today is tomorrow's culture. What the previous generations did, they did not do everything consciously, they did some mess. That's our culture right now.
Okay, so if I understand the answer, it's a very hopeful answer. Because no matter how bad things look, they present to us a problem we can solve. Is that in the next generation? Is that sort of the point?
You have teenage children or something? I'm not trying to define that. All I'm saying is do what you want, you cannot define this because as you said, it's a social process. Social process, today we are democratic countries, so it's decided by the majority as to what is right. What majority decides may not always be a perfect solution, but we have agreed that if the majority says this, we do that, right or wrong. Works or doesn't work, we do just that when the majority says that, at least with certain aspects of life. With certain other aspects, we have retained the authority. In some kind of experts, let's say in anesthesiology, if you say something, maybe that's the right thing. Let's say somebody has come up just today, he passed his medical exam and he's come, if he says, he will be put through 1,000 tests, but if you say it, people will accept it simply because of a certain record and a certain reputation and whatever. But it may not always work. Reputation and records may not always work, but we are looking at largely what works. So these are all social processes. Without going into that, when we talk about anesthesia, when we talk about disengagement, or when we talk about meditativeness, this word meditation in English language has to be cleared because we've been going through that. See, the English word meditation does not say anything specific. I know it's become a popular word, but it doesn't describe anything specific. If someone sits with their eyes closed, in English language we say they're meditating. See, with eyes closed there are many things to do. You can do japa, tapa, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, shunya, samyama. There are many things. So you might have just mastered the art of sleeping in the postures. It happens in the universities, in spiritual programs, people learn to sleep with their spine erect. So, meditation doesn't say anything specific. Somebody is focusing on something and they think they're meditating, somebody is uttering a mantra and they think they're meditating, somebody is thinking about something and they're saying they're meditating about something. Essentially, if we translate meditation as dhyana, which is what generally at least in India, what people believe, when we say the word meditation, people expect that we're speaking about what is called as dhyan or dhyana or dhyanam, depending upon how far south you are. If you're up in the north, it is dhyan. If you come down, it becomes dhyana. If you come to Tamil Nadu, everything becomes dhyanam. So the same word went to China and became Chan, and somewhere else it became Zen. The same word. We're expecting, when you say meditation, you're talking about dhyana. If that is so, what dhyana means…
Player standing.
If you sit here, there is a clear space between what is you and what is not you. In the sense, what is you and what you accumulated. Body you accumulated, content of the mind you accumulated. If there is a little separation between these two, if you can maintain that awareness, now we say you're in dhyana. So this is meditativeness. This is not something that you can ever do. If you create the right conditions, this will happen as a consequence. It is like flowers in a plant. If you go sit in your garden and do flower meditation, flowers are not going to come. If you want flowers, you need to handle the soil, manure, water, sunlight. If you do these right things, flowers will happen. Well, the soil doesn't look like a flower,
10 seconds
manure
left.
doesn't smell like a flower, water or sunlight doesn't feel like a flower, but only if you do those things right, this will happen. If you're… right now, this whole thing has become convoluted because we've become such a goal-oriented society. That means
Last
we are
round
interested in
in
the
the half.
consequence, we are not interested in the process.
Last chance to use our stuff.
So we have… we'll move on to the question answers for audience and also the researchers here.
We began this conversation with a discussion of levels of consciousness of… maybe I'm taking us down to a lower level that befits my character. But I'm wondering, one of the things, Dr. Skid, you asked is, as people are recovering from certain kinds of processes, maybe they're entering different states of consciousness that science has not yet, learned about. I'm wondering if that theory is necessary, because we know about the plasticity of the brain. I think Bhakti Rita, is that the gentleman who talks about plasticity of the brain and extraordinary things that the brain can do to recover functions in different parts as it's damaged. That's one, and maybe that's a more technical question. I have a larger question for Sadhguru. You spoke very eloquently about memory, intellection, asking us to put those aside. And I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean, because I haven't caught it, I'm sorry to say, because it seems to me those are the unique or extraordinary things about us as human beings, right? The fact that we have this historical memory going back to Mesopotamia and beyond, in India, thousands of years, and also as individual human beings, and intellection, which allows us to build spaceships in addition to sit here and listen to you. So I'm not quite sure how you mean for us to leave those aside or place less value on them.
I did not talk about devaluing them or leaving them
Switching
aside.
sides.
Hopeless and afraid.
What do you think? Is this planet round or flat?
I suspect it's quite round.
Really? You suspect it's round? You're not sure?
No, yes, I'm sure. It is round, in fact. In fact, I think that is how matter has to collect around gravity.
No, don't go there, gravity is another thing. But today we know it is round. Though, if I walk up and down this place, in my experience it feels flat. But we know it is round. We debated this for thousands of years, all right? But we couldn't figure it. But it became very clear to us only when we took off. We created some distance from the planet. You flew up there and looked, very clearly it looked round. You went and stood on the moon and looked round, 100% it's clear it's round. So what gave you this clarity is the distance. When you are in it, You thought any number of ways, but you couldn't figure it. But the moment you had distance, you had clarity. So only in that context I said, you must know how to keep your accumulations aside. If you're carrying a bag, when you don't need it, you must be able to keep it aside. If all the time if you carry it, it'll become a torturous process. That's what is happening to people. Nothing wrong with your mind. It's just that all the time it's on and it's becoming torturous. Not knowing how to do, they're sozzling it out with alcohol or drug or something else. Essentially, they are unable to bear the activity of their own mind, isn't it? If they could keep this bag aside for some time, all we have accumulated, it would be nice. You won't lose it, because nobody's going to pick it up and go. It's there for you, but once there is a little distance, you have an absolute understanding of the nature of what it is, only then you can handle it the way you want. Right now, you're handling both your body and mind accidentally. When you do things accidentally, anxiety is normal, and that's what is happening. Because everything is accidental. Because there's no clarity about anything. Because the nature of intellect is such. If I ask you, would you like your intellect to be sharp or blunt?
Let me show
You must choose right now, I'm going to bless you. Sharp or blunt?
Sharp.
Sharp. So you understand, intellect is a cutting instrument. It's like a knife. The sharper, the better. If somebody is very sharp, we say, oh, he's a razor sharp. Intellect, very sharp. So cutting instrument. Cutting instrument can be used for dissection. With dissection, we know many things. But did you do science in your high school? You cut open that frog and saw how the heart was pulsing? The frog didn't think much about it, that's another matter. But you came to know so many things in this world. Slicing a human body, slicing a flower, slicing an atom, we discovered so many things. But is this a complete way of knowing? Can I know you by dissecting you fully? Is it possible? Maybe I will know you better by including you, by engaging you, rather than dissecting you. By dissecting you, I may know your heart, liver, kidney and spleen, but I will not know anything about you. Only by inclusion, I know. So, you are using a cutting instrument, or let's say you take your knife and try to sew your clothes, you will have tatters. So this is what is happening with approaching everything intellectually. Everything is going into tatters. We are trying to sew with a knife, it's not going to work. There are other dimensions of intelligence. In the yogic way of looking at things, we look at human intelligence as 16 parts. Out of the 16 parts, to make it simpler, we can make it into 4 categories. It's called buddhi, ahankara, manas and chitta. Buddhi means the intellect, it's the front end. This is essentially a survival kit. Without your discriminatory intellect, you wouldn't be able to survive on this planet. You have to discriminate. Now here a deer came and here an elephant came, you should know which way to go, otherwise you wouldn't survive. Discrimination is constantly on, which is keeping you alive right now. Otherwise you wouldn't know whether to walk into whether to walk on the sidewalk or in the middle of the road, you wouldn't know. So there is a discriminatory process which is keeping you alive. It's a survival instrument. Without it, you cannot function. How does this survival instrument function? What is its nature? We will not go too much into that because they're timekeepers. But it is something that everybody knows. The next dimension is called ahankara. Ahankara means identity. What kind of identity you fix, that is how your intellect will work.
Is mine.
Right now you sit here and say, I'm an American. This thinks and acts like an American all the time. Or I say I'm an Indian, it thinks and acts like an Indian. In India, there's a classic thing happening in our own generation. It was all one nation. Somebody drew a line and said, this is India, this is Pakistan. Suddenly, some line that somebody drew and nobody knows where exactly the damn line is, still the dispute is going on. all right? But suddenly, if you're on this side, you have one kind of emotion and thought, if you're on that side, you have a completely different emotion and thought. Just a piece of cloth, I mean a flag. If you look at it, tears will come to you. People are willing to live for it and die for it, all right?
Last player
So that is
standing.
how it is, identity. The moment you identify with something, your intellect serves that identity always. If you say, I'm a man, it always functions as a man. If you say, I'm a woman, it functions that way. If I say I'm this or that or whatever, race, religion, nationality, anything, the moment you identify with something, your intellect is striving only to protect that identity and support that. That's how your intellect is functioning. In modern societies, we've done nothing about this. People are getting identified with football clubs. They're nations by themselves. Yes?
Oh, yeah.
Football club is a nation by itself. People are willing to fight for it and die for it. Begins. Because we have not cultured an identity. When a culturing an identity means, in India there was a system, now unfortunately it's largely gone, though still some part of India still has this. First thing before we start education, it's called Vidyarambam. Before you start education, the first thing is, you must take an universal identity, cosmic identity. Only then education is given to you, because education is empowerment. You should never empower a limited identity. If you empower a limited identity, violence is a natural consequence of that. So, just tell me, what is it that we are fighting for on this planet? My identity versus your identity. It may be race, it may be religion, it may be nationality, it may be region. Essentially, my identity fights with your identity because I'm identified with this, you're identified with that. So, before you empower a human being with education and knowledge, first thing is you must fix a cosmic identity for that person. This used to be called as Aham Brahmasmi. First thing is a child must say, my identity is cosmic. I belong to the cosmos, not to these parents who are sitting with me right now. I love them, they have nurtured me, but my identity is cosmic. The child has to utter this. Only then, first alphabet is taught to him, because it was education as seen as an empowerment. Just tell me, today in the world, Or uneducated, illiterate people causing more damage, or educated people on the planet causing more damage to the entire planet? So, it is just unfortunately, empowerment is happening without fixing the identity. With my limited identity, if I study all kinds of nuclear science, what am I going to do? I'm going to bomb you, that's all I'm going to do to you. What else will I do to you? That's all I will do to you because this is my identity. You stand against me, suddenly I have to do something about that.
Hey Phoenix,
So what…
hey Jet, hey Ancient Legion. I was popping my gangbangers, my jits, my home slices. Hello. Hola. Hola.
Hello.
Oh hell no! Oh. Ay, mijo.
Reloading.
Someone's B.
Reloading.
Careful now.
Reloading.
I already used my heal.
Get out of here.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Got Spike.
"30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Where's that smile, Phoenix?
Let's make them dance.
Last
spike
player
carrier is
standing. Spike down B.
Their jet is playing hard to get. All right, I'll play. Barrier's down.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Hunter hunted.
Yeah, let's bring it back.
Reloaded.
I have the spike.
Headshot.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Healing you.
Enemy in defender spike.
See ya.
Enemy in defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Light planted.
Okay, take a break, guys. I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Tip the balance in our favor. Finished. Oof. Plant the spike. Enemy spotted A. Ugh. Die.
You plant the spike.
Get out of my way! Wall raised.
Spike planted. Come on, let's go!
Grab my Reaver, boy. Bye.
Player standing. One enemy
Good
remaining. Clutch.
You man ready for a light show?
Whatever capability I have, I'm going to use it. That's what is happening. So identities have not at all been worked at, that's a big problem. But intellect functions according to your identity. If you have to continue the analogy, intellect is like a knife. Is a knife, suppose we don't give a knife to a child's hand, one. Knife is not dangerous. Child's hand is not steady, that's the problem, isn't it? You are in the surgery rooms all the time. Tell me on this planet, are knives taking more lives or making more lives? Hello?
No, you don't.
Really, it's taking more lives? Are you a surgeon?
Last player standing.
It is making more lives, both in the kitchen and the surgery table, it's making many lives. Here and there in an irresponsible hand, it's taking a life, isn't it? Knife is not dangerous, it is the hand, it is the identity which makes the knife dangerous. If there is no knife, just with the hand we will kill. Yes or no?
Sure.
So the third dimension of intelligence is called as manas. This manas is the silo of memory, which we were talking about, 8 different dimensions of memory: elemental memory, atomic memory, evolutionary memory, genetic memory, karmic memory, inarticulate memory, articulate memory and conscious memory. 8 dimensions of memory, everything that's happened from the beginning of creation here on this planet, from amoeba to now, everything, the memory of it is there in the body in some form. And every day you're using this memory in an unconscious way. You're using this memory, otherwise if you forget one day, suddenly you may start going like a reptile. No, it remembers the entire evolutionary process. And do not underestimate this, now that you also said the planet is round. A simple thing, with 2 legs, to walk on a damn round planet which is spinning, it's not an easy thing. Do you know how much is involved? The physics of it is very super complex. Those of you who are on binges of alcohol, you understand how difficult it is to walk on a round planet. Or if you have a vertigo or something, then you understand. Because it's a very complex process to walk on a round planet which is spinning. But we are doing it effortlessly because of this evolution. It's not a simple thing. Moving from 4 legs to 2 legs is not a small development. A whole lot of neurological development has happened. Only because of that we are able to walk on 2 legs. So now this memory is acting all the time, and the access point is the identity. How you are identified, that is how you choose the memory. Whatever kind of memory, both of us may have same kind of memory, but if I am identified one way and he is identified another way, we will choose memory differently, organize memory differently and act differently. For the same education, aren't people going different ways? In the same house, 2 children are born, same genetics, same food, same school, are they not going in like this? Because depends on what kind of identity one has chosen. This disciplining or setting a limitless identity, not a small limited identity, must happen at an early age. If this doesn't happen, our intelligence will work against us. That's what is happening in the world today. The 4th dimension of intelligence is called chitta. This is unsullied by memory. This is an intelligence unsullied by memory. There is not an iota of memory in this. This is what normally in English language is passing off as consciousness. So where there is no memory, there can be no boundary. Memory is the basis of boundary. This is me and that is you. This is my memory versus your memory. This is me and this is a table. This is only by memory. If there is no memory, there is no boundary. So going beyond those states of memory is necessary for every human being, whatever capabilities you have right now. Because of our explorations, our knowledge, our science, our technologies, well, this is what is eating up the very basis of our life also, isn't it so? The planet is going away. We have no solution for that, but we're going on simply because we have explored bits and pieces without grasping the entire dimension of what it is. Consciousness means that you went beyond the boundaries of your memory and grasped life as it is. Now it doesn't matter how much knowledge you have, you will do what is needed and nothing more than what is needed, and that's what needs to happen in the world.
So I want to hear about your thoughts on near life-death experience. A lot of people have, in surgery, said that, middle of the surgery they could come out and see what's happening, see the conversation, what the doctor is doing. So just a thought, when do people really die at the time, or they reach some moksha or heaven, come back?
Near death? You mean near death?
Yes,
you
near
said
death.
near life, so I was wondering what.
Yeah. So when I saw you, I saw near-death experience.
Okay.
There's near-death experiences where, let's say, someone is about to die. Very often, we've read these accounts. Like Dr. Sanjay Gupta's book talks about these, like cheating death. In which case, they then have these experiences where they may see lights or what have you. So I just want to distinguish that because they're two different cases.
That's what I want to know.
Okay, all right.
Anyway, when we say death,
We're gonna win. No
the
other
definition
option.
of death
Let's
on
go.
one level is you lost your body. That's what death is. So, let's not go into other areas, they'll get you into very fuzzy places. About near-death experience, it's… what is being referred to as meditation? We have a certain type of meditation called shunya. That means shunya literally translates as emptiness. That's not the right translation, but there's no appropriate word in English. So it's emptiness or nothingness. So if you settle down into shunya meditation, it's near death, it's actually death, but conscious death. Suppose you're riding a bicycle, you are a new rider with little balance, so you will go like this. Some other kid is riding, he'll leave his hands free and whistle and look here, look there and ride and do all kinds of things, stand up on the handlebar and turn around, jump, all this. Why? It's a certain mastery, certain balance and mastery. Now, you can jump off the cycle and again jump back and do all these things.
One enemy remaining.
Similarly with your body, if you have a certain amount of mastery, you can jump off and jump back quite effortlessly. Now it is happening accidentally because of some medication, or for many people during 60s, 70s, the LSD time, there were a whole lot of people talking about this thing, sir, it's your time. It was your time.
Oh, okay. Metaphorically.
So, a whole lot of people talking about this, and it really happened to them. It's not that they were imagining things, it actually happened to many of them. But it was also because it was hallucinatory. Nobody knows whether it's this or that. There's no way to for sure say it actually happened to them or not. But I've met many people of those times who genuinely experienced things with which their lives got transformed in many different ways. In a crazy way, but suddenly everything about them changed simply because somewhere they perceived this… you can yo-yo this body a little bit if you wish, it's not a permanent thing. Just that little awareness changed the way they perceive life, they behave, and they do things in their life. So this near-death, I'm not really looked at any of the… but some people have told me, some popular books, they were saying they see angels and there's a tunnel going. See, one thing is, you must understand, when somebody is going on the surgery table, the doctors may be confident, the patient always fears that he may die. Hello? Doctors may be confident, they know the case, they know what they're doing. 99% of the time, they're confident what they're doing. But the patient, once he closes his eyes and hands over his life to somebody, he always fears what will happen. So every small thing he thinks is death. It happens to people. If you put a gun to somebody's head and just shoot and miss them or it's a blank, they almost died. Near-death experience, they'll blank out for some time and then they come back. They really think they went away and they came back. And they saw the scene also from the top, because that's because of the Hollywood. So, human mind is capable of creating many dimensions of experiences. It need not be construed as death, it's life. First of all, anyway, I'm coming out with a book on death, an inside story. I'm doing this for 6.5 years, it's not complete yet.
Okay.
Hope in the next year or so I will come out with this. Why I'm saying this is, in reality, there is no such thing as death. It's life, life and life alone, moving from one dimension to another dimension to another. So if I lose one dimension, it looks like that is death. Right now, it is a medical fact that
One enemy
they say
remaining.
approximately every fortnight, you're losing 7 kilograms of your existing body and something new has come in 1 fortnight. Whatever your weight, you must just calculate in how many fortnights you're completely lost. Everything that you have in your body is being lost continuously and something else is coming in. But you don't experience as that every meal and every day you empty your bowels, you must experience it as near death. But that doesn't happen to you. But this happens to you because there is some disengagement in your experience, first particularly because of anesthetic impact. The disengagement with various faculties that you're normally used to suddenly makes you feel you're dead. Nobody died. It's a completely wrong perception. Yes, every moment of your life, if you are willing, if you are not entangled with situations and your own thoughts and emotions, there are many things you can perceive right here. Right here, sitting here, you can look at your life from there, okay? This is not near death, this is life. But because, as I said, loss of faculties works out well for a lot of people, unfortunately. It's not a good thing. This happened. A man met a close friend of his that he knew very well when they were in the university together, after 25 years break. So he invited home for dinner, he went, and being an Indian household, the wife was serving and these two men were eating. And every time he wanted to ask for something from his wife, he said, my honey, my sweetie pie, my boo-boo-boo, my coco-coo, my bulbul, and whatever else. Your Tamil, so my tangam and my chuchu, all those things. So after the dinner was over, the friend was leaving and he said, you are having an amazing life, aren't you? I'm married with my wife for 15 years, we can't even look at each other's face. The way, the endearments you're showering upon your wife is truly fantastic. I said, what are you talking about? He said, you called her bulbul, you called her tangam, you called her this. I said, oh man, I forgot her name 7 years ago. Loss of faculties, unfortunately, work very well for a lot of people because they are suffering their faculties. The greatest faculties that have come to us after millions of years of evolution, unfortunately we suffer because we have not read the user's manual. Now I want to…
Sadhguru, can you speak about, you
One
mentioned
enemy
about the
remaining.
fact that it's not about trying to change past karma. So therefore, can you speak about the power of intention and why intention is so important? You gave beautiful examples in the book that illustrated you can be doing the same thing, but somebody's intent, their intention makes all the difference for, more accumulated karma or not.
Well, it happened once that Shankaran Pillai went to his lawyer and he wanted to divorce his wife. The lawyer asked, why, you've been okay with her, what's the problem? Shankaran Pillai said,
Let's make some chaos.
her table manners are so bad, her table etiquette is so terrible, I can't live with her anymore. But the lawyer asked, you've been married for 18 years, only now you realized her table etiquette is bad? He said, well, only yesterday afternoon, I happened to pick up a book on table etiquette. As I read it, I realized her table etiquette is terrible, so I want to divorce her. So, people are constantly changing their intentions. It's
Yeah.
Holding on to certain intent means holding on to a basic plan. Rest of the plan can go whichever way, whether it'll go as a straight line, as a curve or a zigzag, we don't know. There are many life situations. But the basic intent has to be held in place. Your intent cannot be held in place unless you change your identity, in the sense, if your identity is too much about your body or your intellect or your emotions, then you can only operate as an
30
individual.
seconds left.
So your
Yeah.
intent is very important, but at the same time, more than the intent is a consequence of the type of identity you have taken. If you have taken an identity of being very strong person, then you will see with best intentions,
10
still
seconds
worse things
left.
could happen. I must tell you that the most horrific things on the planet have happened with best intentions. People who believe that they're doing great things, they did the most horrific things. People who even today
player
believe
standing.
they are doing God's work, they do the most terrible things in the world right now. Because intention without fixing the identity could become very powerful weapon. The most important thing is to fix the identity. How small is your identity or how large is your identity will determine even what your intent is. Your ability to develop an intent, what sort of intent you are… Please understand this. Somebody who is committing a crime, he also has a strong intent. Somebody who's doing something else, many nations, businesses, various kingdoms in the past, they all believed they had a good intent of conquering the world. And you know the consequences of those intents, all right? We have suffered imperialism, maybe not so much here, you have also suffered to some extent. But in other parts of the world, in Africa, Asia, we know the fruits of imperialism, what we have gone through because of that. But in their mind, their intent was a powerful, wonderful intent of their idea of a one world, okay? So it's very important that we first fix the identity. If you fix the identity as not a limited identity but as a cosmic identity, then intention will actually flow. See, whatever you identify with that you always have the best. You don't have to culture those intentions. You have a little baby, now you don't have to think, I will do only good things to this child. It's rubbish, you don't even have to… you don't even need a thought like that. Because you see it as yours, naturally, all the intention is there. You just have to see the world as yours. You have to see this universe as yours and it is yours. Intent has to be held in place. Ticket is so…
Karma or not.
Well, it happened once that Shankaran Pillai went to his lawyer and he wanted to divorce his wife. The lawyer asked, why, you've been okay with her, what's the problem? Shankaran Pillai said, her table manners are so bad, her table etiquette is so terrible, I can't live with her anymore.
Reloading.
But the lawyer asked, you've been married for 18 years, only now you realized her table etiquette is bad? He said, well, only yesterday afternoon, I happened to pick up a book on table etiquette. As I read it, I realized her table etiquette is terrible, so I want to divorce her. So, people are constantly changing their intentions.
Yeah.
Holding on to certain intent means holding on to a basic plan. Rest of the plan can go whichever way, whether it'll go as a straight line, as a curve or a zigzag, we don't know. There are many life situations. But the basic intent has to be held in place. Your intent cannot be held in place unless you change your identity, in the sense, if your identity is too much about your body or your intellect or your emotions, then you can only operate as an individual. So your intent is very important, but at the same time, more than the intent is a consequence of the type of identity you have taken. If you have taken an identity of being very strong person, then you will see with best intentions, still worse things could happen. I must tell you that the most horrific things on the planet have happened with best intentions. People who believe that they're doing great things, they did the most horrific things. People who even today believe they are doing God's work, they do the most terrible things in the world right now. Because intention without fixing the identity could become very powerful weapon. The most important thing is to fix the identity. How small is your identity or how large is your identity will determine even what your intent is. Your ability to develop an intent, what sort of intent you are… Please understand this. Somebody who's committing a crime, he also has a strong intent. Somebody who's doing something else, many nations, businesses, various kingdoms in the past,
before the switch.
they all believed they had a good intent of conquering the world. And you know the consequences of those intents, all right? We have suffered imperialism, maybe not so much here, you have also suffered to some extent, but in other parts of the world, in Africa, Asia, we know the fruits of imperialism, what we have gone through because of that. But in their minds, their intent was a powerful, wonderful intent of their idea of a one world, okay? So it's very important that we first fix the identity. If you fix the identity as not a limited identity but as a cosmic identity, then intentions will naturally flow. See, whatever you identified with that you always have the best intentions. You don't have to culture those intentions. You have a little baby, now you don't have to think, I will do only good things to this child. Rubbish, you don't even have to… you don't even need a thought like that, because you see it as yours. Naturally, all the intention is there. You just have to see the world as yours. You have to see this universe as yours, and it is yours.
I have this bike.
You disappoint me.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Still in sight.
"30 seconds left.
Now I want…
Nowhere to run!
Ten seconds left.
Planet.
Switching sides.
There is something called as a pineal gland. Various aspects of yoga or sadhana of yoga is to move it little down, south, it's called, moving it south. This is the symbolism of Shiva turning south because his third eye moved south. What was up here came down between the two eyes. The moment it came here, he saw things that nobody had ever seen. Now, if this happens in a certain way, the secretions of the pineal, which in yoga is referred to as amrit or amrita or amritam probably in Sanskrit.
One enemy remaining.
This amritam
Spike down B.
either can be taken into the system to strengthen the system and increase or extend the longevity of the system. Or this amrita can be taken
Look your enemy
to
in the
create
eye.
blissfulness
It
in the
helps
system,
with
like a
accuracy.
drug. It can just blow you away. Or you can use this amrita to enhance your perception that
of yoga or sadhana of yoga is to move it little down, south, it's called, moving it south. This is the symbolism of Shiva turning south because his third eye moved south. What was up here came down between the two eyes. The moment it came here, he saw things that nobody had ever seen. Now, if this happens in a certain way, the secretions of the pineal, which in yoga is referred to as amrit or amrita or amrutam in probably in Sanskrit, this amritam either can be taken into the system to strengthen the system and increase or extend the longevity of the system, or this amrita can be taken to create
Spike
blissfulness
planted.
in the system, like a drug. It can just blow you away. Or you can use this amrita to enhance your perception that you can become like thin air because everything that is here passes through you. Right now, air passes only through your nostrils, and you know if it doesn't pass,
One
you are
enemy
gone.
remaining.
If this air can pass through right across you, some of you might at some moment felt when you're very carefree and joyful, you stood in the breeze, it feels like breeze is passing through you. And you become 100% transparent. That is because you've used your amrita to bring sensitivity to the system. So these are three fundamental ways. One is to strengthen the body, to make it like a rock, which will give a certain longevity to that person, which is considered superhuman by most people. Or to bring such a level of drunkenness and blissfulness within you that you don't care how long you live. Or to make yourself like thin air, that your perception is super hyped because there is absolutely no resistance to the system. The same secretions of the pineal gland can be used in three different ways. This amrita or this secretion of the pineal gland will play the right kind of role in the system. When I say right, in my perception, only if it enhances your perception, it is right, because if you do not enhance your perception, your life doesn't get enhanced in any way. It only gets enhanced in somebody else's eyes. If you become like a rock, your experience of life may not change. It is just other people think you're fantastic.
Probably best to play as a team.
Well,
So,
we could have made a statue out of you and you would have been a rock. Anyway, we didn't need a human being to become like a rock. If you have a rock for a brain, this will be the problem. You're always thinking, which is a bigger rock than you, which is a smaller rock than you. Your entire life goes into this as to which is superior, which is inferior, which is better, which is worse. Endlessly you will be comparing yourself because this is the nature of a rock. This is the nature of physical reality. Once you identify yourself with physical reality, which is better, which is worse, is a natural process of thought. Only if you transcend that, can you be free from this as to which is better and which is worse.
Spike planted.
When one masters one's Mooladhara, which got referred to as Kaya Kalpa, you become like a rock. You want to make the body last for a millennium or more.
Standing.
When Swadhisthana sadhana is done, burst of energy happens. One can deliver a god, but you may lose your body. If you bring any sound to Manipura without opening your mouth, the very body reverberates the sound. When one is dominant in their anahata, they start hearing things. A reasonably stable person can go crazy. The moment Vishuddhi is active, you become occult competent.
disembodied beings will naturally move towards you. Agna means there is clarity. The level of freedom it gives you is tremendous. The Sahasrar is total madness. The moment energy touches Sahasrar, you drip ecstasy.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
If we want to live well,
Spike planted.
both externally and internally, how well we live here simply depends on how well we manage our surroundings and how well we manage ourselves. Fundamentally, life is management. If you don't know how to maintain your body, your mind, your emotion, your situations, your life in general, your home, your communities, nations and the world, the quality of our life is just how well we manage things with ourselves. But generally, we are thinking of management, we are applying ourselves to management only in terms of business management or industry management, or generally we are talking management only with economic situations, not life as a whole. In many ways, it's unfortunate that today the most predominant factor that rules the planet has become economics. The other aspects of life have been totally pushed to the corner. When economics rules, when economics is the only thing that we are thinking about, we will tend to become very gross and unhappy in so many ways. What I see is, we are conducting various levels of programs to very top-level executives in some big corporations in the world, major corporations in the world. What I see is people who have failed in their lives, they're suffering their failure. People who have succeeded in their life, they're suffering their success. If you suffer your failure, it's okay, because failure comes easy. If you suffer your success, that is tragedy, because success doesn't come easy. So, something that you worked for, something that you always longed for, something that you wanted to create in your life, when it happens, if you start suffering that, that's the real tragedy of life. But a large number of successful people on the planet are suffering their success. When I say suffering their success, if you look at people, look at yourself and see, you're still young people, most of you. When you're 5 years of age, how happy you were, and today, how happy you are. If we make a chart out of it, a graph out of it, is it moving upward or downward? In 24 hours time, how many moments are you really happy? If you look at this, is it going up or down?
Spike down A.
Down. So that means you're a bad manager. Because after all, everything that you did in your life is in pursuit of happiness, isn't it? All that you're doing in your life, you're doing it because you believe that is your happiness. You educate yourself, you pursue careers, you build families, you run after your ambitions. So many things you do because somewhere you believe fulfilling those things will bring you happiness. After doing all that, if happiness is not multiplying, it is going down, that means you are a bad manager of yourself. Anybody who does not know how to manage his own body, his own mind, his own emotion and his energies, if he's managing outside situations, he's only managing them by accident, not by intent, the way he wants it. Because if you do not know how to manage your mind, how to manage your energies, how to manage your interiority, managing the outside is bound to be accidental. When you manage situations by accident, you exist as an accident. When you exist as an accident, you are a potential calamity. When you exist as a potential calamity, being anxious all the time becomes a natural part of life. Anywhere you go today, people are talking stress management.
Get out of my way!
Especially a few years ago when I first went to United States, wherever I go, people were talking stress management. I could not understand why anybody wants to manage his stress.
Attackers
I can understand you want to manage your business, your finance, your family, your property, whatever, but why would you want to manage stress? It took me a while to understand these people have come to the conclusion that there is no other way to live. Somehow people have come to the conclusion that if you do things in the world, you're bound to be stressful. One is not stressful because of what they're doing. One is stressful because he's a bad manager of himself. He doesn't know how to manage his own systems. That is why he's stressful. It is not the nature of the job which makes one stressful. You ask a chaparasi, he is also stressful. You ask the top executive, he is also stressful. Everybody believes their job is stressful. No job is stressful. If you have no control over your own systems, you will be stressful. Whether you do something or you don't do anything, isn't it so? See, management means… fundamentally, management means we want to decide the course of our destiny. That's management, isn't it? We don't want to live here by accident. We want to take our lives where we want to go. That's management, isn't it so? If you're managing by accident, you are not a manager. Without you, things will run better. So once you say, I'm a manager, that means somewhere you have decided that you want to go in a particular way. You want to have a certain kind of situation, both inward and outward. So everybody is a manager in his own capacity, but in different levels and different types. Whether you manage a kitchen where you cook for 4 people, or you manage a large industry where 10,000 people work, fundamentally, if you want to have a good kitchen or a good industry, you must be a good manager of that situation, isn't it? So whether you're managing a little kitchen or a large industry, if you want to manage outside situations, generally you will have to manage material and people around you. If you have to manage 10 people or 10,000 people around you, you have to manage 10 minds or 10,000 minds around you. But if you have no management over your own mind, you managing 10,000 minds is going to be a disaster. In the process of doing something, if we are destroying human beings, which is happening right now, in the process of managing a situation, the man is broken, then this kind of management is no good, because after all, every management that we do is only for human well-being. If we are doing management for human well-being, in the process of doing something, in the process of managing situations, it is not only about producing something or making profit. Human beings should rise to their full potential. If we manage a situation properly, in simple process of working, you and the people who are working with you should be able to raise to their full potential. When I say rising to full potential, not just work potential, but as human beings, they must be able to rise to their full potential. If people work together, then people should be able to rise to the peak of their love, peace, compassion within themselves. If this doesn't happen, then it's bad management, because all management, the basic intent is human well-being. If that is not happening, you're just producing something, you're making little profit, but human beings are getting broken in the process, it doesn't mean anything. So if this kind of management has to happen, that just in managing a business, you find people around you raise to their peak, then you have to spend a certain amount of time in focusing on your inner management. If this doesn't happen, you will only manage situations by accident. A lot of people have understood management as a way of throwing their weight around. Can I tell you a joke? Are you okay? On a certain day, a lion was really feeling great within himself. He just was walking and a little rabbit was going, he caught him and roared at him, "Who is the king of the jungle?" The little rabbit, terrified, said, You, of course you." He let him go, swaggered around a little bit. Then he found a fox, caught him, "Who is the king of the jungle?" "It's you, of course, nobody else but you." Then he swaggered around a little bit, caught a few more animals, everybody screamed out of fear, "You are the king of the jungle." Then he was in full swagger, like a manager, king of the jungle. Walked into a clearing in the jungle, there was a huge tusker standing. He went, stood in front of him and asked, "Who is the…"
No, thank you so much. Okay.
Careful now.
Healing you. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Don't interrupt my work.
A.
For you. Bow before me. Reloading. Reloading. Reina, meu amor, what happened? Who hurt you?
The king of the jungle. The tusker took his trunk, rolled him up, picked him up, twirled him around, smashed him to the ground. His back broke. Then the lion said, "You could have just told me."
Spike down mid.
But the tusker said, "You see, I had to make my point." So, a lot of people generally are thinking management means just throwing their weight around. Throwing your weight around is not management, any fool can do that. If you manage a situation, not just things happening there, people should feel elevated, just being in that space. Otherwise, it is not management. Above all, if you go to your place and you manage a situation, you must feel wonderful being there. If that doesn't happen, you are not a good manager. So if this has to happen, you need an inner dimension. When I say inner dimension, what is inner dimension? When I say inner, I'm not just talking about the body or the mind, because both this body and mind you gathered from outside in certain ways, isn't it? For example, this physical body, when you were a child, this body was only this much. Now it's become this much. How did this happen?
Spike planted.
How did this happen? That's it. How did this happen? You grew up, how did it happen?
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Reloading.
I'm sorry? How did it happen? How did all this body happen? Food that you ate, isn't it?
This is why
What
we
you
are
call
a
as my
team.
body is actually a heap of food that you gathered. What you call as food is just a piece of earth that you convert it into food and make it into body, isn't it? So this body is just a heap of food that you gathered over a period of time. What you call as my mind is a heap of impressions that you gathered from outside. Now you have a heap of food and a heap of impressions. If this much gathering has to happen, something more than this must exist, isn't it? If you're capable of gathering such a large body and so much mind, there must be something more fundamental than this. But that never comes into your experience. You're just lost in these two heaps, trying to make some sense out of it. Now, as there is a science, as there is a management science for external well-being, there is a management for science for inner well-being. It is just that most of the time we have not approached it scientifically. We're just believing by doing something, somehow everything will be okay.
Last player standing.
Right now, people are thinking by educating themselves they will live happily ever after, which you will discover after some time it's not so. By getting a job, they think they're going to be happy ever after, which you will discover it is not so. By making money, you think you're going to be happy ever after, you will discover it is not so. Somebody thinks by getting married, they're going to be ever after, and
One enemy remaining.
they know it is not so. So, you're trying to somehow fool yourself into believing that by doing something, everything will be okay. Though repeatedly it has let you down, still you believe that something else, some other miracle will make everything okay. It'll not be okay. It once happened. On a certain day, a bull and a pheasant were grazing on the field. You know a bull? A pheasant, a bird. The bull was grazing on the grass, the pheasant was picking ticks off the bull, they're partners, you know. Then the pheasant looked at a huge tree which was at the edge of the field and very nostalgically said, "Alas, there was a time when I could fly to the topmost branch of the tree. But today, I do not have the strength even to fly to the first branch of the tree." The bull very nonchalantly said, "That's no problem.
One enemy remaining.
Eat a little bit of my dung every day. You will see, within a fortnight's time, you will reach the top of the tree." The pheasant said, "Oh, come off it. How is that possible?"
We've been doing this forever.
The bull said, "Really, please try and see. The whole humanity is on it. You could try too." Very hesitantly, the pheasant started pecking at the dung, and lo, on the very first day, it reached the first branch of the tree. In a fortnight's time, it reached the topmost branch of the tree. It just went and sat on the topmost branch and just looking at the scenery, enjoying it. The old farmer saw a fat old pheasant on the top of the tree. He took out his shotgun and shot him off. So the moral of the story is, even bullshit can get you to the top, but never lets you stay there.
Planted.
So,
One enemy remaining.
if you're seeking a life of fulfillment, if you're seeking a life of joy and peace and well-being within yourself, don't try to bull yourself in some way. You must do the right thing, otherwise it won't work. Now that you're managers, or to be managers, probably, definitely, I hope they have taught you that unless you do the right thing, it doesn't work with outside. The same goes with the inside. Unless you do the right thing, it just doesn't work. You may just bull yourself to believe that this will make me all right, that will make me all right. Yes, for a moment, but the next moment you crash. Please see, successful people, unsuccessful people, just look at their lives and see in 24 hours, how many moments are they really joyful? How many? You go on the street and see how many joyful faces do you see on the street. Very, very few, isn't it so? Yes? If you see any, usually they are young faces. Over 30 faces are all long faces. What's happened to them? For most of them, their lives have worked out far better than they ever imagined. If you look at yourself as a generation, never before another generation of people have been this comfortable and this well physically as you are right now, isn't it? Isn't it so? We are the most comfortable generation. No other generation has known these kind of comforts and conveniences. But still, are we any happier than what people were? This is simply because we did not do inner management. We just did external management, no inner management. In the process of creating what we want, the very source of our life, this planet, we're just destroying, isn't it? In pursuit of our happiness, we are just making a bonfire out of this planet, but still we are not satisfied, nor are we any more joyful than what we were 500 years ago as people were, isn't it? So somewhere, we have neglected the interiority. So to turn inward, what is needed? One reason why most young people here have never made any effort to turn inward is because today, any thinking person, the moment he can read ABC, speak English, and he has extra alphabets next to his name, he develops an allergy towards anything spiritual. This is not your fault. These so-called spiritual people have made such jokers out of themselves. They have presented spirituality in such terrible ways, ridiculous ways, that anybody who has any sense doesn't want to go anywhere near it. See, a spirituality means to know something which is beyond the physical. Right now, if you exist as a physical entity, as a body, as a mind, because both these things are accumulations from outside, whatever happens outside will happen inside. If what happens outside begins to happen within you all the time,
I've got your
then
trail.
you being peaceful and happy is always accidental. Because it doesn't matter who you are, how powerful you are, how great a manager you are, external situations will never be 100% in your control. That's the nature of the life. Even if you're just two people in the family, still you don't have absolute control over the situation, isn't it so? As the scope and play of your life increases, you have less and less control over the situations in which you live. That's the reality of life. So if whatever is happening outside is happening within you, you being peaceful and happy in your life is a faraway thing, it's never going to happen.
One enemy
Only when a
remaining.
person begins to experience a dimension beyond the physical within himself, then he can play with the physical world whichever way he wants. He can do the best that he can do with the outside world, but the interiority is undisturbed, always the way you want it. The outside world will not happen the way we want it 100%. At least the inner world should happen the way we want it, isn't it so? Isn't it so? The outside will never happen 100% the way we want it. That's the reality of life. But at least this one should happen the way we want it. If this is also not happening the way you want it, if your body, if your mind, if your emotions, if your energies are not functioning the way you want it, then this is the worst kind of slavery, because somebody else decides what should happen within you. If somebody else decides what should happen around you, that itself you call it slavery, isn't it so? Yes? Are we in talking terms or no? Oh, that's fine. If somebody decides what should happen around you, that itself you call as slavery. But if someone decides what should happen within you, is it not a more horrible way of being a slave? But please see, the whole world is in it. The only consolation is everybody is like this. Now that you're learning management as a science, I would like you to understand there is a whole science of inner management. If you don't learn that, you may manage businesses, you may manage industry, but still you will not live a life of fulfillment and well-being. If you want to live a life of fulfillment and well-being and offer the same to people around you, it's extremely important you know what it means to manage your interiority.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
I really don't know
You get that on camera?
how you feel today going out of
Anyone have any splints?
probably
I may have
the
jammed
last
my
step of your
fingers.
education, or at least one step of your education, a major step of your education. Because when I studied in the university, I did not go to my convocation. Somewhere, right from my childhood. Are you okay for a story? Right from my childhood, the education that I received, though they sent me to the best possible schools around, didn't mean anything to me, because my sense of listening and looking at people was such. When the teachers were talking whatever, chemistry, biology or mathematics, one thing I could clearly see was whatever they were saying didn't mean a damn thing to them. And I was not willing to listen to anything from somebody who is talking something which doesn't mean anything to him. So, I always looked at the teacher. If he put his heart into it, I'm willing to be there.
One enemy remaining.
Otherwise, I'm out.
30 seconds left.
Because somewhere I have so many things on my agenda for the day. 24 hours are packed with too many things. I'm not willing to spend an hour or even 5 minutes listening to someone who is talking something which doesn't mean anything to him. Even if he's talking nonsense, it doesn't matter. If it means something to him, I'm willing to listen to it. But if he's talking great things which don't mean anything to him, I'm not willing to listen to him. So as a part of this, I spent… Your education is over so I can talk. I spent almost 90% of my college hours outside, only 10% inside. Only when I saw somebody who is talking something with passion, I'm there. Otherwise, I'm just out. Now, this education, I'm repeatedly telling Dr. Majumdar and a few other people around here, I'm happy to see somebody's talking with some passion about what they're doing. Somebody, it doesn't matter what they're doing is right, wrong, okay, perfect or not. But someone has put his heart into it, it's okay, because human lives becomes beautiful not because we do the right things. Human lives become beautiful because we put our heart into what we do. It doesn't matter what we're doing, whether we're sweeping the floor or managing the country or what we're doing. If we are putting our heart into what we are doing, it's beautiful to be doing that activity. I think it's unfortunate that
Reloading.
I've just seen a few people, I hope everybody here is putting their hearts into what they're doing and living in an atmosphere where people are passionate about what they're doing itself is highly enriching.
Last player standing.
Now that you're stepping into the world, not that you don't, but anyway, now you're stepping into the world in a different dimension than the way you have been till now. Once you step into the world, there's going to be a lot of filth.
Spend it all before it's gone.
There is corruption, there is nonsense, there is so many things happening everywhere. There are some set of people, a certain set of people, who will develop an allergy for this filth. They can't stand it. They usually run to the Himalayas because they're allergic to filth, they can't take it.
I've got your
They want
trail.
everything pure. But such a thing will not happen because the filth of the world has one way or the other has entered our minds. Whether we empower that filth or not is all the option that we have. But we cannot avoid filth, it is there. All the nonsense that can happen in the world, you know in your head, isn't it? So one set of people develop allergy and try to run away, which they can never do, really. Another set of people, a large segment of people, unfortunately, have come to their own kind of philosophies. Anyway, world is full of filth, let me also be filth. So they have joined us, they have merged into the filth.
Switching sides.
What we call as filth can also be great manure, you know. Indian spirituality has always used lotus as a symbolism. A lotus flower has always been the main symbolism for Indian spirituality. Why a lotus flower is? A lotus flower grows best where the filth is thick. This filth, which is stinking, which you can't bear, has transformed itself into a fragrant, beautiful flower. This option also is with us every moment of our life. If the atmospheres that we live in make us… we cannot call ourselves managers. If we make the atmospheres that we live in, only then we can call ourselves managers. Being a manager means that we are going to create whatever we see as the most beautiful thing to happen right now. Allowing situations to create you is not management at all. Creating the situations that we want is management. As many of them have said many things, this process of education, there is a certain acceleration now that education is over, you're stepping into a new dimension of life, the excitement, and you know, it's always beautiful to step into something new that you believe is going to be wonderful. But what we have seen with life with most people is, now let's say somebody got a job, the first day when they went and sat behind this table was the most fantastic place in the world.
Super easy to pick off.
But within a few years, behind the same table, they're manufacturing blood pressure, diabetes, ulcers and whatnot. This is not because there is something wrong with the jobs that we do. This is not because there is something wrong with the world that we live in. It is simply because we have not paid sufficient attention to ourselves. We have paid too much attention to what is outside. To succeed in the world, people are always thinking, great aspirations will make you successful. Aspiration is just an initial starting point. Just because you aspire for success, just because you aspire for prosperity, just because you aspire for well-being, it doesn't happen. Success, prosperity, well-being happens because you have made yourself capable of creating those things. Everybody aspires. Who is not aspiring for success in the world? Everybody is aspiring. Even a beggar on the street is trying to be a successful beggar, isn't it so? Every human being is aspiring for it, but only those who have made themselves capable will succeed. Making yourself capable, not only in terms of management skills and other things, but that is needed too, but
30 seconds left.
Making yourself capable as a human being to go through situations untouched, to be like a lotus flower, even if you're in the filthiest of situations, to maintain your beauty and fragrance. If one has this, he will float through this life untouched.
10 seconds left. I had the spike.
If one doesn't have it, life will eat him up in so many ways.
Clutch.
It's my wish and my blessing that this new set of managers
Look at me. I know
will manage
I
this
am by
world,
your side.
this country, this community, and the business and commerce, which is part of our existence today in the world, in a much better way than the previous generations of people have done. Because externally we are better equipped than ever before. If we make a little effort, it's a fortune that an institution has made an effort to equip you internally to whatever extent it was possible for them. If you equip yourself for internal management also, I'm sure that this group of people and many more who will pass out of this institution
I've got your
definitely manage this world, this nation and the communities much, much better than ways until now. When it comes to management,
one enemy remaining.
There's no such thing as perfect management. It is just that if people give themselves absolutely to what they're doing,
Placing swarm
it will
grenade.
happen.
Placing swarm grenade.
Right now,
Placing alarm bot.
the Isha Foundation,
Killed my bot.
Dr. Karthikeyan, after seeing what's happening there, that's how he into this. It is run by all young people, the whole foundation.
The MVP is mine.
We have
Let's do
hundreds
this.
of centers in India and outside the country. everything is managed by very young people. People who have been with us for 14, 15 years,
My ultimate
they are
is ready.
just in their early 30s now.
My ultimate is ready.
Very, very young people. No senior people, no experienced people, just young people, raw hands. I took this as a challenge to make it happen through them, not using any kind of experience. I'm not against experience, I'm not against that, but I wanted to make a statement that incredible things can be done, not because we know how to do it. Incredible things can be done simply because we're committed, we want it to happen, that's all. Today, this has grown into a voluntary organization with over 200,000 active volunteers around the world.
Player standing.
And we have taken enormous projects of social significance. All these things are handled by volunteers. They're not paid for it, they spend from their own pockets and do things. And you need to understand, managing these people,
Thanks.
managing volunteers is much more difficult than managing paid employees because you can't fire them. You can never fire them for inefficiency or indiscipline or whatever, because they're there on a voluntary basis. So, people who manage these situations, very young people without any qualifications, they are such fantastic managers of people. The way they manage the situations, the way they conduct thousands of people has set such a exemplary example in the community there. I would take this opportunity someday that when it's possible you visit Isha Yoga Center as to how things are managed. So simply, because management doesn't come… I know you need to learn about finance, this, that, banking, those kind of things. But fundamentally, management is your ability to be capable of inspiring people to do their best. That's all we can do. If everybody around us are doing their best, that's the best possible management that can happen. So this is not going to come with manipulation, this is only going to come with dedication, this is only going to come with love, this is only going to come because you are willing to give yourself 100% to the person who is next to you at that moment. Oh, is all this possible? Is it not all utopian? You think this is the reality in the corporate sector? I'm telling you, we are working in the prisons, we are working in rural areas, we are working with major corporations in the world. It doesn't matter what kind of person you meet.
Match point.
If you just learn to touch the core of his humanity, then you see every human being is willing to do his best for you, always. If you just learn how to touch the very core of a human being who is around you right now, you will see everybody is willing to lay their lives down for you. Only if people around you love you and they want to do the best for you, you will not get ulcers doing management. If people around you are trying to pull you down, you will anyway get ulcers trying to manage situations. Isn't it so? If you do not create the people who truly love us and wanting to give their best, then management is going to be a pain. Management is going to be a huge suffering. Only when people around us really want to do the best for you, only then management can happen wonderfully. It's my wish and my blessing that all of you turn out as truly great managers of yourself and the world around you. Our lives become beautiful not because of what we do. Our lives becomes beautiful simply because we have included everybody around us as a part of our dream of well-being. I hope all of you become truly successful and well in whatever way. With inner technologies, if you need any help, we are always available to you. It's been a joy to be here in this institution. I've been to any number of colleges. People are the same, but creating an institution with some sense of commitment for inner well-being in today's world is… I'm too happy. Thank you.
Namaskaram, good morning, Matthew.
Good morning, Sadhguru.
How are you, man?
I'm good, man. Where you find yourself?
Right now I'm somewhere in southwestern corner of Georgia, just about to enter Florida, maybe Brunswick, somewhere around that.
All right. Well, I'm in Austin, Texas.
Oh, that's good.
An hour ahead of me.
Yeah, but you look at my background, it looks like I'm in Amazon forest.
Yeah, man. I knew you were somewhere where it's fertile and a bit jungly. Yeah. You going around on the book tour?
Yes, meeting people, talking, doing a little bit of, meeting people, that's it. No major events because pandemic, no assemblies, but just individual people.
That's my last year. I wrote a book, Greenlight, to put it out, and I did it all virtual. It was all this for a year. There were some people that I miss being there in person.
Yeah.
But I must say that in a lot of ways, this way of communicating is very intentional. I mean, because I was in, Milan, Italy at 9 a.m., London, England at 10, New York at 11, LA at 12, and when the LA meeting was over at 1, I was having lunch with my family. What's that?
What jet do you use?
This jet, that's what I mean. And I was like, look, I was all over the world, and I was done at 1 o'clock. In 30 seconds when I was done, I was having lunch with my kids. I was like, this system's okay. I kind of like this in ways.
I think in 2020, probably I've done 4 times more work than I would normally do traveling.
Yep.
Literally.
Yeah. Still finding time to get on your motorcycle?
Yes, but right now, this trip I'm driving a truck with a small camper, so not entering any hotels or homes, just living on the truck, cooking for myself and managing things.
I've got 4 Airstreams.
Uh-huh.
And I'm in one of them now in my backyard, and this is what I take on the road right here, and this particular Airstream.
I got something that can go off-road, a little small, not very, that way it's not big as an Airstream, but this will go where you want.
Nice. Nice. Well, cool, man. I'm glad we're gonna get to talk for a little while. Say howdy. I'm glad to meet you. I got a friend of mine, Mark Benioff, who's turned me on to you. He's an avid listener of yours.
How's Mark? Is he in Hawaii or in California?
No, he's over further west, Hawaii.
Yeah, Hawaii, that's what I asked. He told me last time he was in Hawaii.
Yeah. Yes, he's doing good. He's the one who turned me on to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'd love to ask you a few questions. We'll get some conversations about all this good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Your opening on Karma, and we could spend hours talking about this because this is my juice here when we say like, lift the haze of the contradictions. Let's talk about some haze lifting on the contradiction. There's a symbol to me that has meant a lot to me. It comes from the Bible, Matthew 6:22. It's the mandorla, and it's saying that, and even Ralph Waldo Emerson talks about it. We talk about future and past. We talk about heaven and hell. We talk about good and evil, and we see these contradictions that butt each other. And the mandorla covers itself and is the third eye in the middle and says that spot
is the spot of paradox. That spot is where all the truth lies. That's where all the colors of the truth lies. It's not a contradictory shade of gray and compromise. It's actually where all the good stuff is. Paradox has been very helpful for me in understanding and having a high eye, a third eye, and not being so dualistic. Let's talk about that a little bit. Can you jump on that?
Yes, Matthew, what is contradictory is essentially in the psychological space of the human being. In reality, existentially, nothing is contradictory, everything is complementary to everything else. Is the day contradictory to the night? No, it is complementary. If it was all day, you wouldn't know what is night. If it's all night, you wouldn't know what is day. So essentially, human perception itself, because it is through five sense organs, it can only always perceive only a part of it. See, if I show you this part of my hand, you cannot see this part. If you see this, you cannot see this. This is the nature of all our perception. All the five senses are able to perceive only with the context, otherwise they cannot. So because of that, because we are fed with this kind of part information, our mind tends to think that everything is contradictory to everything else. Man is contradictory to woman, night is contradictory to day, light is contradictory to darkness. No, they're all complementary to each other. It is just that because our perception is so fragmented, five sense organs are made that way. These sense organs are only good for survival process. If you want to know, they are no good. They are only good to help you to survive on this planet. That you can do by perceiving things clearly through your sense perception. If you want to know life the way it is, if you want to know this phenomena of life the way it is, you have to go beyond your sense perception. In a way, the entire yogic science is all about this. Even the karma that we are talking about is all about this, because all the karmic inputs are in this sense, bits and pieces of information out of which we are trying to make something. This is like a child starting to, let us say, we give him a 1,000,000-piece jigsaw, he puts 4 pieces together and says, here I got it, this is a bear, all right? But there are 1,000,000 other pieces that you have never seen. So, looking at life in pieces through keyhole visions makes everything look like one is against the other. But in existentially, nothing against anything else, because as we sit here, see, that is your body, this is my body. This is my mind, that is your mind. What you call as my body, what I call as my body is what I have accumulated is my body, what you have accumulated is your body. What I have accumulated in impressions is my mind, what you have accumulated as impressions is your mind. But there is no such thing as my life and your life. This is a living cosmos. You have gathered a little bit, I have gathered a little bit, we're enjoying that. The privilege of creation is, the magnanimity of creation is that though we are really nothing in this existence, it has given us an individual experience, which is a tremendous, tremendous privilege. Unfortunately, human beings are not able to appreciate or understand this privilege. Though you are not even a speck of dust in this cosmos, you have an individual experience. You can look at it from your own end, as if you are a whole universe yourself. But if you take this individuality too seriously, everything will be contradictory. Once it's contradictory, as you get more invested in these contradictions, conflict is a natural outcome, you know.
Yes, heard. You know, you said in your book, destiny is what you create for yourself, fate is when you fail to create your own destiny. I am a believer in responsibility.
I heard that you don't drive through the red lights.
I've run a few red lights. All right, but again, I say, you know, if for people that say, oh, it's all fake, then I always like, I half jokingly say, okay, then run all the red lights, see what happens. I mean, I believe that the prime mover or God, whatever, or life, that wants our hands on the wheel. Saying we are self-determining creatures. Don't just take the hands off and just completely, inshallah, the whole existence of going through the world. So there's responsibility and fate, I think, and there's the fate of responsibility, and that's what is that sort of what that line's saying? Destiny is what you create for yourself. Fate is when you fail to create your own destiny. That would be there's a fate of fate is a fact in waiting.
Fate is a destiny unattended. You did not attend. You did not attend to certain aspects of your life. So they will go by the tendencies that exist within you or by the social situations that are happening around you. So if you allow outside situations to simply happen the way they happen, largely it'll happen to all of us reasonably the same way if you're living in the same